Hey, welcome back, everybody. It is Thursday night, and we are back here at the cafe for the evening, or the late show, I guess we could call it. Miss Salty Sleuth Investigates is going to be joining me, guys. We're going to be taking a walk back to the beginning of the Delphi case and giving you guys, because a lot of you guys, we've been trying to show you some stuff because you're not familiar with the case. Um, Tonight, we're going back to the beginning and looking into some of the initial suspects, how it went down, what was going on, the actual Monenhigh Bridge, where all of this took place, and stuff like that that a lot of you guys are not familiar with. So, thank you guys for being here and joining us so that we can present this to you in a factual fashion, I should say. I really appreciate that so much, guys. Please share this out to anyone, everyone, and any place you can think to throughout all your social media accounts. I really appreciate that as well. And don't forget, if you will, to please hit that like button when you come through the door. Same goes for all of you guys that may not be in chat. We appreciate you watching from wherever you're at. Just please remember to hit that like button so YouTube will be happy when we can get this up in that algorithm and make it swirl out there and everybody can see it. Thank you all so very much once again for joining us tonight. And it's time to get this thing a-rolling. Here we go. Welcome back to the True Crime Cafe, guys. I am Diego. Hello. Great to be back with you guys tonight. Thank you guys for joining me for the late show. I appreciate all of you guys that joined me earlier this afternoon. I appreciate that so very much. Again, tonight, guys, we're taking a walk back to the beginning of the Delphi, Indiana murder case. Two beautiful little girls were taken, lives were taken, and it's been a bit of a mess, guys, for the past 7 years, per se. And tonight we're going to go back to the beginning because a lot of you guys were not familiar with this case, unfortunately. And there's a trial that's coming down the pike here pretty soon with this. So we're trying to get you up to par on this because we're going to be following it as it does hit the trial for sure, any way we can. So making sure that you guys have a factual base to it is very important. Salty Sleuth is going to be joining me for sure tonight as we present this to you guys, like I said, in a factual fashion. So my goal is to show you some of the initial suspects that were put out there, why, some other scenarios like that, the area that it all went down in and stuff like that. So Any questions you guys have in regards to it, please don't hold back, guys. Let us know, and we would be happy to answer them to the best of our knowledge. And anything we don't have an answer for, we will find an answer for you. So, again, thanks for being here. Please share this out with everybody and anybody you can think of. And be sure to hit that like button as you come in that door. Anybody that's out there just listening, not really in chat, participating, please, as you will, please hit that like button as well. So we can get this in an algorithm, keep YouTube happy, and keep on doing what we're doing. Again, thank you all for being here. You are so very much appreciated. Come on in, guys. Grab yourselves a seat. Get comfortable. And let's do this thing. Let's do this thing. I'll give you guys a few minutes for some more peeps to jump in here. That way, once we get rolling, we don't have to go back. Get comfortable. Come on in. Let's see who we got here so far. Before we get rolling, let me see something here. Probably help if I did this too. Wasn't even thinking about it. One moment. Come on in, guys. Make yourselves at home, if you will. Thank you, Andy. What am I doing here? Hold on. Alrighty, moving forward. Let's see here. Barbecue's in the house. And boing. Miss Salty, thank you so much for joining me tonight. How are you?
I'm good. Hello, chat. How is everyone?
Welcome. Farq, welcome back to you. My bua, welcome to you. Of course, Miss Salty Sleuth is now here with us. I don't know why I forgot to drop that link earlier. Sorry about that.
Oh, you're good. I always wait till you get through with intros usually anyway.
That's okay. Kay Lee, hello and welcome back to you. Smitten Kitten, welcome. Great to have you here. Great to see you tonight. Let me see here. Brandy B, the OG, welcome back. Leslie and Billy, great to have you here. James Tate, my friend, welcome to you. DKM's in the house. Welcome back again. Great to see you. Steph, not that Steph. Don't side eye me. Blankenship's in the house. Welcome back.
Love that.
I do too. Let's see here. Murder Candy podcast with Avery. Welcome, Miss Avery. Good to see you. Dragonfly, great to have you here. Andy Rose, always a pleasure, dear. Thank you for joining us tonight. My son, Miss Cassie, in here somewhere. Hello, Miss Cass. Good to see you. I am doing good, Stephen. Good to have you here. For you as well. Come on down. Alicia J, hello and welcome back to you. I think I got everybody so far that we have in here that I can see at least. I got my coffee. Yes, I do.
So do I.
Without it.
Big fresh cup.
Don't go nowhere without it if I don't have to. It's kind of a lifeline for me.
Me too.
Jeffrey,
it is what it is.
Sir, what'd you say, ma'am?
That it is what it is. It is for me too.
It's part of life. That's all I can say, guys. Oh, let me turn this down again. I always forget to do it. Then I always forget to turn it back up. And I'm in Discord talking to myself, and people think that I'm crazy, which I am a little bit, but that's okay. Jeff H, good to see you live again. Dago, love to listen. Absolutely. I appreciate you, sir. That goes for all of you guys. Thank you so much. Blue Crew, thank you for jumping in here. For those of you that are here, where's Miss Paula again? Weird not seeing her here. Thank you all for jumping in tonight. Again, you are so very much appreciated. Please be sure to share this out if you will. It is very much great to have you here. What am I doing? I don't even know. The hell's wrong with my dogs? These dogs are insane.
I ask that question every day, and we only got but one dog. I'm like, what's wrong with this dog?
These two dogs are back and forth. They just fight, but they're playing. You know what I mean? So it's
Yeah,
not like
yeah.
it's crazy though. Very crazy, crazy, crazy. Let's see. I can't find her in here. I guess she's not in here. I thought she was.
Who?
Paula. I thought she was in the Discord. I swear she was.
Oh,
Sometimes people don't get their notifications, so I try to throw in a little extra one out there to help them. So
yeah. Hey, Joe, how are you doing tonight?
hey, Joe. All right. Welcome, sir. Good to have you here. Where is my doodle? Did I see doodle in there?
I don't think so.
Oh my goodness. What the
Now,
hell?
what are we going to do for cake now?
Agreed.
Damn it. I don't even eat the cake, but I like the doodle cake.
Like I said, I know some people aren't getting their notifications either, so I've actually literally had to send out handwritten notifications, as I call them.
Yeah. 2 dogs and 5 cats. You know, right now we have the 1 dog, but there's 3 cats, and they're all in 3 different locations
All right.
in the same yard and house. It's crazy. It's hard to explain, but yeah, we're doing it.
Oh, she's on her way. Be freaking me out like that. I wouldn't know what to do without Doodle in here. Not seeing her name at least. That'd freak me out, I think. All right, all right. Just bear with me a minute. I'm doing my own little personal notification thing. Like I said,
I sent 2 out to 2 people for us.
there you
Sent
go.
out the bat signal.
Did you let Sleuthy know?
Yeah, and Joe.
Awesome. It is great to see you, Mr. Joe. Especially when we're talking about this stuff. You're welcome at any time. I love having you here, but this stuff specifically is very grateful to have you here. What am I doing? Okay. I'll do some more a little bit lighter. Come on in, everybody. Grab a sheet, if you will. Hey, Dragonfly. Welcome back. That is good to hear, my friend. Hey, there's Tomboy. Good to see you, ma'am. Thank you for joining us tonight. Kaylee, welcome to you.
There's Doodle.
There's my doodle. There's my doodle.
Yeah, we do Dragonfly. And these animals, I can try to ignore them. These damn things love me like I'm a damn animal whisperer.
Mm-hmm. I thought it was for my wife. She can't walk through the house without having the 2 of them chase her.
Oh, yeah. My son's dog thinks she belongs to me. That's how bad it is. She does not leave my side. I'm like the top dog and she knows it.
Yep. Ooh. Come on in, guys.
If you don't like animals and your body doesn't move when you hear music, can I even trust you?
Yeah, right.
I'm dead serious.
I get it for sure. Andy, you didn't get one either. See, I don't understand it. It picks and chooses who it wants to send them to. Stupid algorithm thing. It's all about that. Okay. Would you 2 please quit? Rough yourself.
I thought you were talking to somebody in chat.
No,
I was like, what? Who's
They're
doing what?
They're running around behind me, chasing each other and gnawing on each other.
Gnawing on each other.
They bite on each other's faces. It's very creepy and weird. And the white one makes these whiny noises that are so irritating. And the other one just growls. And I'm like, what are you?
Oh, yeah. They're little dogs, aren't they?
Uh-huh.
I'm a big dog person.
Well, I used to be. and I loved them until my wife decided she wanted these things. So we have these things now.
Mm, I raise pit bulls. I gotta have something to protect me.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
They lick each other's teeth. It's weird. My
It is
dog has a rule. My dog has a command. It's called no lick. I
very.
love you. You can love me, but do not lick me, especially in my face. No, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I do not do the face thing because I
Mm-mm.
I know where they put that
I
tongue.
seen where you put that thing exactly.
Real.
No, thank you.
Nope. 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 Nope.
I don't even want a human coming at me with their mouth.
Right.
That's
All right. I think I've sent out most of the personal ones. Wait, one more. Okay. And Mama Bear's in bed, so that's not gonna happen. Oh, okay. Maybe some people are just tired of me already. I've already been on a couple other places, so maybe you're tired of my dang voice. I get it. Either way, we're here. So the first thing I'm gonna do is oh, there is Mr. Steve. No, I won't do that right now. Mr. Steve, welcome, sir. I apologize. I was on the road last night traveling. You do not ever have to apologize, my friend,
That's
ever.
right. I saw that, and you were live just a few minutes ago. You must have wrapped up.
Went in to check that too, and it was already over. So yes, thank you for
Yeah.
joining us, sir. We appreciate you very much. um, it is great to have you here either way. We got 30 of you in here with 25 likes, so we're getting there. Please make sure to hit that like button when you come to the door, if you will. My BFF is my profile picture. He's cute. He was a shelter rescue with me for almost 13. He crossed over.
Oh,
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Joe.
2 weeks ago. I'm sorry because I might one of
Wow.
my oldest. I had a 13-year-old that my dog was 13. Then my next one after that was 14. So that's a long time to.
Mm-hmm.
It's very recent that you lost your dog. So I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, very sorry, my friend. Hey, listen, we do love animals in this channel. That's a fact. This was my buddy, Oscar. We had him for 18 years. He was a
Dude,
Chihuahua Pomeranian, and nope. My wife just said that I just can't let it go. And she had him cremated, and she has a little vial she wears around her neck on a necklace that has little bits of him in it too.
oh
And
yeah.
he grew up with the kids. He grew up with the cats, and that was our buddy. So we got a little bit of him all over our place. So we know what it's like. Definitely know what it's like. And I'm so sorry, Joe.
Doodle's dog is crazy, I have to say.
Doodles, her
Yeah.
wiener.
Well, she said, "Oh my God, my dog earlier barked and a little nugget popped out of his butt, and he just stood there looking at me straight in my eyes." Damn it.
Mm-mm.
Like, did I do that?
Oh my god, that's her wiener. That's what she calls him because he's a wiener dog, I believe.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, I got these little things you see running around here. Mister lift his leg on everything, but they don't pee on nothing. I don't understand that. That's a psychological thing, I think.
It's psychological.
It is. He's different. Like mentally, he's different. The white one, and then the dust mop that runs around.
You got a special needs dog. They go.
I'm telling you, he
Stop
is. I'm
it.
not lying. I am not lying. The dog does weird things. He looks at you funny about things. He walks at the walls. He falls down the stairs. Something's not right with him. I'm telling you. And he will never ever. I think he's definitely ADHD because he does not sit. The dog will not sit down. When he falls asleep, he sleeps very hard. And as soon as he hears a noise, he's up and he's gone. It's just nonstop moving. So, what the hell? What did you
Doodle.
just
Jesus.
like it was my fault? No, my wiener dog, Dick, passed away.
Sling blade dog.
I
Shit,
can't.
Doodle.
I can't deal with you sometimes. This one is my sling blade dog. I'm telling you, Doodle. Good Lord, have mercy. Woke her up again, Andy.
I'm going to get Doodle's dogs. I'm gonna put them on a canine team. Shit, they sound badass.
One of my dogs farted while playing tug of war, and his eyes about popped out. He's scared.
Good
That's
Lord.
hilarious. You guys are a trip. Welcome back, Mystic Butterfly. Good to see you. How are you tonight? Thank you for joining us. So, like I said, you guys that are just popping in here, we're taking a walk back to the beginning of the Delphi case. What we've been doing over the past week or so, I'd say, is bringing these little shows to you guys and giving you guys, because a lot of you were finding out, and I was really surprised, but not at the same time, are not familiar with this case. So, considering the fact that the trial is coming down the road, and I am going to be, both of us probably are going to be covering whatever we can from it. I wanted everybody to kind of know about the trial or about the case, and there's so much to it that it's taken a while. And we're just bringing you bits and pieces of what has gone on, what it's about, who the people and the players are. That way, when it all comes down to the point, you'll know exactly what we're talking about when we start talking about the trial and stuff. So that's why we've been doing this. Plus, it was driving both of us nuts. We've been wanting to talk about this for months now. So here we are. And thank you for those of you that are tuning in. We do appreciate that so very much. So it's great to have y'all here. I don't even see too many people. There must be some other peeps out there that are live. Or like I said, people are tired of hearing my voice. So either way.
They might trickle in. You never know.
Very, very possible. Yes, ma'am.
Well, it depends on the true crime community, and it depends on the Delphi community. So there is something I want to say before we even start talking about Delphi.
Thing. Go for it.
So yesterday, to start with, I'm not the one who's going to come out of the gate with any case and go straight after law enforcement as if they've done something wrong.
Yeah.
Because that's not who I am, and I know better. But there's going to be cases that I do question because of their own investigation and their own admissions and things I see in court documents. So if we discuss things that come up in court documents, and sometimes we can get worked up and start talking in a frenzy about things, but that doesn't mean, for me personally, that does not mean I believe law enforcement has got it all wrong. Right. I don't want to believe they have it all wrong. I am here for justice for Libby and Abby and nobody else. Whether or not Richard Allen is innocent or guilty is not for me to even decide at this point. But I can strip away everything to do with this case, the murder sheet, the rumors, the allegations, the Odinism, all of it, and just look at what's in the PCA and what the documents tell me the evidence is or isn't.
Yes, absolutely.
And as we present evidence, we're going to get into what evidence they do and don't have as we know it based on court documents. The things we will talk about in this case are going to be based out of court documents. And the things we are going to present to you is to give you your own idea of what this area looked like, the terrain, the different things like Dago said that have gone on in the case, a couple of documentaries and little things to watch. But none of it is to steer you or make you believe anything.
No.
Because one thing I will never be is an internet crank. And if you don't know what that is, it's people who specifically come on here to crank the internet and make you think one way.
That is specifically
why. It today. I witnessed it this morning. I witnessed it late last night after we concluded the live. Somebody went live and was big mad because a couple of us went live to talk about Delphi. Yeah.
Wow.
And I promise you, defense attorneys don't choose their profession because they're dark. And I promise you, I don't take my stance on Delphi because I walk in the dark. Quite the opposite. You want to walk in the dark, I'm your girl, but you'd much rather have me in the light. And I try to stay in the light. So with this case, because it's Libby and Abby, we will handle it with care.
Absolutely.
We'll try to talk about things as fairly. And if I see the prosecution's done something I question, I'm going to say it. If I see that the defense has done something that's bizarre, we're going to talk about that too. I just want everybody to know we're not here to tell you if this man's innocent or guilty, because that's literally not my job. My job is to present. I don't even have a job, but what I want to do is to present the case to you based on facts as we know them. And that's really all I have to say, Dago. So
And
thank
that's
you.
just to reiterate what she's saying, guys. We're not here to present you and force a narrative down your throat. That's up to you. What we want to do is present, like she said, as much of factual information based on documentation and words that come from the people that are working this case in the legal aspect, their mouths. Okay. Nothing more. And once you see all these things, it's up to you to make that decision, not me, not Salty, not anybody else. And it's okay to disagree on this, you guys. That is what this is all about on YouTube, in my opinion. When we do this, Salty can have an opinion about something. I can have an opinion. Mr. Steve can have an opinion, and each one of them could be completely different. And it's okay if we disagree about it. We
And
don't
I
have
promise
to.
you, Dago and I don't agree on everything with every case we talk about.
Not at all. No, we
We
don't.
don't.
There's times that I'll say something and she'll snicker and say, "Well, okay," and then goes back and forth.
We'll
We do
debate. We'll debate it.
absolutely, absolutely, and that's what this is about, guys. That's how you break these things down and you come to a conclusion on a topic if you don't quite understand it. You know, it's okay to talk and disagree and not attack each other because we have different feelings on different
Yes.
things.
Yeah.
That's
And I don't think that us having a conversation in this little bitty tiny YouTube world is going to affect a jury pool anywhere in any case. They have no clue who I am. The people of Moscow, Idaho, I don't worry about me affecting a jury pool out of that county or any neighboring county. I don't worry
absolutely.
about me affecting the jury pool in Delphi. I don't live there. I don't work there. I'm not trying to do that because I don't
Yeah,
think that the people who are going to make up these juries are necessarily sitting here consuming all they can on YouTube. I don't believe it.
absolutely.
It's the world's
Absolutely.
too big. You know, not everybody watches the news. Not everybody picks up a YouTube. They don't even know what that is.
And most of you guys don't watch the news, which is why we're doing this, because you don't know this case. We're presenting it to you based on, like I said, as much factual information. There are things that have come through the rumor mill that have been hearsay, this and that. You can hear about that, okay? It's not going to hurt anything if you know about these things. The point is understanding that it is just hearsay, and it very well may not be a fact. So you have to differentiate between the two, okay? That's why we try to make sure that we bring factual information. That's why we have people around that, for instance, like Joe Schmo, that was at these hearings, that knows this was said, this wasn't said. Mr. Steve with the True Crime Web, retired law enforcement officer that has been following this from the very beginning and knows what it's all about. Like
And has done some outstanding experiments with this case.
absolutely, yes, yes, that's a big thing. We're gonna be showing you some of that stuff too. And that's what I'm saying, guys. That
And look
is
what Mr. Steve says. If you want to see disagreements, be at a round table of LE discussing what evidence means at a scene. I bet, Mr. Steve, I could only imagine what that's like.
I wouldn't want that. I'll be honest with you. That would
Not if you handed me Delphi. I'd be like, oh no, I'm leaving. Mr. Steve, you got this, right?
that would be an interesting scenario for sure. So that's what it's all about, you guys. This is not dark, okay? And I to hear that really burns me, because we want nothing but actual and true justice for Abby and Libby, period. Hence the reason why we're putting this out, why we're talking about it, why we're keeping their names out there. This case went dead for 5 years, guys, 6 years, okay, with nothing at all. And there were still people following this the whole time. I know Salty was. I know Mr. Steve was. I'm sure that other people were following us the whole time. And then boom, then we have a suspect in custody. But do we? That's where the questioning came into play. Like, how is this possible here? Why did this happen there? And then we have a judge that is on the bench over this case that is doing all sorts of things that make no sense to a lot of people that are just common sense things that know the legal system. We obviously know about this stuff, or we wouldn't be in here doing it. And the more we do it, the more we learn. So when you see a judge that's acting like this, you question it. Like Salty said, if you see the prosecution doing something or saying something, you're going, wait a minute, why are you doing this? And then we jump in and we talk about it with people that are asking the same questions.
Yeah, and I do it with defense and prosecution. I'm not like a
Absolutely.
defense fighter or
I just use one, but
prosecutor, backer. I don't know which one of y'all to back. So I start seeing court filings and watching hearings and things of that nature, you know.
Right. Yes.
So that's why I try to and then it comes down, no matter what, it comes down to that evidence.
Right. Yes.
Period.
That's it. And that's another thing too, that a couple of us have problems with, the fact that we are very interested in love, the forensic sides of this, the investigative side to this. It's just a thing that people enjoy looking into and understanding, because you learn and learn and learn and learn, and then you move on and you learn more. I mean, it's just one
Yeah.
of them things. You know, I love it. I know Salty loves it. A lot of us do, or we wouldn't be sitting here. So
Yeah, I choose this genre. I'm not forced here by anybody. I
mhm,
choose it. I've always chose true crime. I've got kids. Was a stay-at-home mom for years. When them babies go to bed, I'm gonna go in there and do my true crime, my whatever. The Datelines, the 48 hours, I was I was a avid. I think I've seen every forensic files ever made, you know. I've watched this stuff my entire life. And so I choose it. And I come here, like I told Dago, when at the end of the day, when this house is done, this is my escape. I'm
yep,
not out here to argue or crank the internet or move a case in a certain way.
no,
That's not my job. I don't
not
have
at
a
all,
job.
not at all.
I just want to hang out with my friends and discuss some true crime cases
Bingo. That's it
without
right.
somebody coming at us sideways for doing it. Now, if I was up here bringing you a bunch of bullshit and lies and trickster stuff and pull it out of the air theories, that's way different than what we're talking about.
Right.
For
And
me, you know, and that's just where I stand
that's a
on it.
fact. And Sony, I agree. Like Sony said, but more times than not, the facts are lacking or non-sufficient, hence the deductive reasoning, e.g. profiling. And absolutely, that's again what this is about, guys. And I appreciate that. Welcome, Sony, by the way. Let's see. Yeah, absolutely. It is to a lot of people, Sherry. It's just because of
Very.
the way that you deduce everything when you're looking through it and how it works out in the end.
And
It's
I
just
just have to
amazing.
say, I think Liberty German probably would have been one of the baddest forensic scientists to ever grace the job
Yeah, I can agree with that.
because she was into it. She was already taking classes. Maybe that's what prompted her to get that phone out that day.
Yeah, very
I mean,
possible.
she loved science. She loved forensics. There's no telling what that girl could have done with her life if
Sure.
somebody hadn't tragically taken it in the woods that day.
Same with Kaylee Goncalves and the
Yes,
Idaho force. She was very much into this stuff, and at some point in her life could have become somebody with that. You know what I mean? So
exactly.
it's all around
She
us, you
wanted
guys.
to work for the FBI.
Absolutely.
Kaylee
Absolutely.
Kaylee wanted to be part of the FBI, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Right.
Nothing at all.
Yep. Nothing at all. I do agree.
We need good people in law enforcement. We
And we
need to
need,
have faith in them. We need to know
yes,
that we're
thank you.
being,
Yes.
and I have family in law enforcement right here in Florida, and I respect what they do
Absolutely.
100%. You
I
know,
come
we
I
know we
come
live
from the
with
law
danger,
enforcement family
all the
too.
time. They have a dangerous profession. You cannot
Hmm.
take that away from them. There's no ifs, ands, or there's no other way to say it. That's the most dangerous profession I can think of.
And
'Cause
that's
you
why
never know who you're coming up against.
right. And that's one of the reasons why I have the respect for Mr. Steve that I do, is because he did this for a living for so many years, retired from it, and stepped up into here to help people understand and to see how these things work after retirement. And that's amazing to me that you would, most people when they retire, they walk away from what they've done because they're done with it. They're done. They're out of it. It's time to take a break, you know?
Going
This
fishing and doing all the
right.
things. Mr.
This
Steve's out
gentleman,
here educating us and hanging out and,
and I
you
am
know,
beyond grateful,
talking
yes,
to
for that.
exactly.
Right. I mean, we don't get that. You don't get that for free anywhere, guys. You don't get to go to school for free anywhere.
No.
And that is what it's all about right
I'm a
there. And
proud member of Mr. Steve's forensic school.
amen. The True Crime Web Foundation is an amazing thing. The channel's amazing. Mr. Steve is amazing. Mrs. Steve is amazing.
Yes, she is. I'm taking her to the races and I get a chance.
Yes.
We're
So
going for Waffle House
understand.
coffee and we go into the dirt track.
There you go. Sounds like a plan to me. Damn.
Hmm.
Sounds like fun. And I come from a law enforcement family as well. My father, my uncle, my grandfather, all law enforcement officers. My grandfather was a chief. My uncle and my father were both into detection, so on and so forth. So there's things about that as to why we're here too. I've been into this stuff since I was reading Encyclopedia Brown books, guys, in elementary school, and
Oh,
then the Hardy Boys and Nancy Drew, and it's just never
right.
going away, you know.
Mr.
And now,
Steve, we appreciate the government spending a lot of money on your education. We do.
yes, sir, absolutely appreciate it because we're getting that education as well. Hey, Pink, welcome back. Good to see you tonight. That's what it's all about, you guys. So thank you guys again. Granny Annie, welcome back. I keep trying to see Joe's comment there. Says seeing
Mr.
Baldwin
Steve.
in person was the first time was interesting. He gives me Raymond Burr vibes.
Yeah,
I
I
went
noticed, Joe,
serious
that's
Perry
what
Mason.
I
Yeah.
noticed that comment the other night and I was dying. My mother loved that show, right? I watched it with her
Hmm.
all the time. And I didn't think about that till he said that. I was like, oh my God, he's right.
Yep. Definitely makes some sense. Government means taxes from you. Hey,
I
I
don't
guess we're
mind, Mr.
paying for
Steve.
it. We're
I'm
paying
good.
for it then. Right.
We're good.
Absolutely. And there is the link, guys, to Mr. Steve's channel. If you have not yet gone over, checked it out, subscribed, please do. I'm telling you, we're going to show you some of his stuff. So you're not going
That,
to be disappointed
yeah, in another
at
day
all.
or two when we do the next show, we're probably going to start presenting some of that.
Yeah, right. Exactly. So be ready for that one. Hound of the Baskervilles. Oh, yeah. Never ever Pink. That was a great one. I love that. Love Sherlock Holmes stuff. Always have. So again, it starts from way back then to right now. And now we have this option, this opportunity, these people that we surround ourselves with. It's an amazing situation. I'm very grateful for it all.
You know, my daughter is like 34, I think now. And when she was little, she was in my little night owl. The other two would go to bed at dark 30. Not this one. She's going to be awake. So
Dark
I would
30.
let her, yeah, I would let her watch TV till she fell asleep. She was usually out by 9:30. But
There's Miss
um,
Stacy.
what was it? FBI Files was coming on the TV. And when I realized what she was watching, I was like, oh no, honey, that's too much. She's like, she cried. She did not want me to turn that TV. So I let her watch some of the shows. And now my daughter, she consumes as much as I do almost. You know what I mean? She's just always naturally was drawn to it. And I think a lot of people are for various reasons.
Yeah, my granddaughter Junie's the same way. She's always trying to watch because that's all we watch here, you guys. My wife is a crimer just like me. We watch the ID channel, Unsolved Mysteries. Anything that has anything to do with that kind of stuff is what is on our TV if we're watching it. There's no two ways about it. So a Dateline, 48 Hours, every bit of that. And she'll come in there and sit down and try to watch. I'm like,
Yeah.
I don't know if you want. And she's like, it's okay, Papa. And then she'll start asking questions. Where did that guy go? And why did he? I'm like, whoa, all right.
Yeah, my grandson is 8 and he started doing this. He's like coming to me and saying, I'm like, what did you hear that? When you
Uh-huh.
were on your live, I was like, oh, wait. You're not supposed to be anywhere near me when I'm on my live. I'm in my bedroom with the door shut,
You're
you
right.
know? And,
Right,
but
exactly.
he does hear conversations occasionally, but nothing like gory. But he knows about some DNA and things
Mhm.
like that. And he comes and tells me stuff. Now I'm like, oh my God, I'm creating a little monster.
We got some young community members. Doodles boy, Preston tries to watch me all the time when she ain't paying attention. Goes out, talks about our merchandise and brags to everybody and this and that. I'm like, well, see, we're even hitting a young crowd, and I love that.
Yeah.
When I'm watching some of what we talk about, that's a fact. So, hello, Miss JC, and again, Miss JC, guys, if you didn't know, Miss JC here has her own channel rolling. It's called Crime Time 101 with JC Ann, and it's JC's really good to have a conversation with.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, very, very good to have a conversation with. So, guys, please go check this out when she goes live. If we can drop her link in here, you guys, I'd appreciate that. You know, I support all these channels. So, guys, if you will, please go check her out as well. She's just starting off again and needs all the support she can get. So, she's part of this community as well. So, we support our own.
Oh yeah, she and I had a great conversation over there earlier. I was teasing her like this could have been a podcast, girl, because
Mm-hmm.
we were half Idaho discussion, half Delphi discussion, and we touched on a couple other little things. But it was a nice time. Yeah, you guys check her out.
Absolutely. Please, 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 please. I appreciate that. There it is right there. Thank you, Duty. I appreciate that. There's a link. Click on that. Go over there, show a little bit of love, subscribe. She's going to be going live more often, and we're going to join her as often as we can and support that as well. So thank you all very much. And thank you to Andy. Again, thank you for joining us tonight, Sony. I love listening to you or watching your comments and so on and so forth and your interaction. It's great to see you again. The important thing in crime is always to see and hear all angles. Again, what fits. You just never know. Always objectively, always. Amen.
Yeah,
Amen.
and you know what? And that goes if you watch like some of the old Datelines and all the things, and there's the twist, right? And
Mhm.
the person you may not have thought did it is the one that did it, and things like that. And then you learn forensics and what evidence they had against the person. That's the good thing about watching cases that are completed, right? Because you do get to
Absolutely.
see it all, and you learn from watching that. Because I
Yes.
promise you, if I read a document and it doesn't make sense, I'm about to go try to make it make sense. Because I'm a information sponge. I
Yep.
have to know. And if I don't
I need.
understand it, I'm about to drive myself crazy trying to understand it.
We need. That's one thing we are alike with is we need the answer to a question we can't figure out ourselves. It drives us both nuts, and we will go digging until we find it, or we'll sit and talk about it with each other
Until
until
we
we
figure
figure
it out.
it. Works. That's always happens that way. So yes, absolutely. So again, yes, Dateline. I love Dateline. I go to sleep. Listen, you guys, this is really, really pathetic. And then I'll
No,
get.
I do it
I'll
too.
stop talking. I turn my TV on at night because I have to hear something going to sleep. Growing up in the city and all that noise and sirens and trains and helicopters, oh my! But when you move out here and there's nothing, it has a tendency to keep you awake at night. So rather than listening to bobcats and coyotes and whatever else the hell is out here, the moss man that lives in my backyard, I don't know. I turn this on at night and it puts me to sleep. I watch Dateline or 48 Hours or Ancient Aliens. That's another one we watch.
Yeah.
Single night, we go to bed to those. I may fall asleep in 2 minutes or 2 hours because the
Yep.
case is that interesting. It
I'll
doesn't
get
matter.
aggravated at myself because I'll be listening as I'm trying to drift off. And then I'm like so into it. I'm like, God dang it. Now I
Mm-hmm.
gotta wake myself up so I can figure out what happened.
Absolutely. You don't know how many times I've gone back because they have it on YouTube too and they play it
Yeah.
live. Okay.
Yes.
Dateline. They do this new thing. It's stupid though, where they'll pause for their commercials that they don't show and they time you out for the commercial time they're supposed to have for like a minute and 50 seconds or something. So you sit there with a blank screen and then it comes back
Yeah.
on. But anyway, I've woken up to the same episode probably 13 times
Me too.
because I fall asleep and it just rolls over. So anyway,
Yeah, I think I know this story good enough now. Give me a new one.
yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I could probably solve their cases for them by as many times I've seen it. So anyway, we're gonna start off tonight here, and again, thank you guys for joining us. I see that we got 48 people in here, guys. Please make sure you hit that like button, share this out. Let's get to rolling. A butterfly, welcome. Good to see you. I fall asleep to Dago when he needs. See, there you
Yeah.
go. We all need something.
I think I fell asleep once or twice on stream with him. The
Yeah.
late night one.
I just put you guys off nice and quietly to your bed and
It's
move
like, go to
along.
bed now. Go to bed.
It's okay. I don't mind. I don't mind at all. So tonight, guys, like I said, we're taking a walk back to the beginning, and we've been trying to show you guys different pieces and parts of this. It's been a little bit spread out, and I get that, but there's so much to it. And when we start looking at something, something else gets brought up, and it takes us both to like, well, okay, now we want to show this, or we want to show that. Okay, but we're gonna show this. So it is all over the place. We will put it all together for you and explain to you where it needs to be, why, how, and what it is. So no worries with that. But right
Yeah,
now we're going
on the live on Sundays that we did on my live, there's a good thing we watched. It's a good backstory to Delphi, the girls and what all led up to this. It's a really good piece that we showed there. But
yeah,
then when I had my tech issues, we ended up on Dagos. But where we're at really now, we kind of went over the 3-day hearings. Is really what we've been doing.
yeah,
But now and there is a piece we can review that's about the hearings, but we're going to start bringing you the actual we're going to show you the area and then go into some of the suspects that were looked at.
right. Like the very beginning of the case. We're starting right now. This is the Modern High Bridge. We're going to go through a walkthrough of this to show you guys this whole area, the bridge. Again, whatever questions you have, please ask. Mr. Steve's here. If he knows, he would be happy
Um,
to answer in the chat.
well, Mr. Steve has been there.
Right. That's why I'm saying.
I emailed
Actually,
him the link. Mr. Steve, are you traveling tonight, or was that was last night? Because
if you're not traveling, sir, you're welcome to join us up here tonight. I would love it, actually.
yeah, because he's been there. He's done some cell phone ping testing there with him and Mrs. Steve. But this is the walk. I think this is the one I sent Dago with the walk. The lady walks across the bridge.
Mm-hmm.
And they're gonna get down. This one goes all the way to the end, I believe, and it will show us, toward the end in the area where Bridge Guy was walking. You'll be
Right.
able to see all that.
And we can walk you through it. So I'm going to send you the link, Salty. If you want to send that to him, Steve, or I
Yeah,
can do it in the chat.
I can do it on my computer. I can do it from my desktop.
Yeah, if you feel like joining us, sir. If you don't, we understand. But if you do, you're please feel welcome to jump up here, and that way you can explain anything that was questioned at any point. That's why we have these people that are in here. Like Mr. Joe Schmo was at the 3-day hearings, was able to explain those things. That's why we want to do this like this, guys, so you can get actual factual information of things and not have to have questions. So it's a wonder people at restaurants sitting near Mrs. Steve and I when we are having discussions of crime scenes, they don't. Right. I bet that's probably what it is too. I've had people look at me and my wife that way too in restaurants. We're talking about it like, what are you talking about this at dinner?
I know, right? You're like, damn, I want to go sit with them and have a conversation.
Okay. Absolutely, Mr. Steve. No problem. You let us know when you're ready.
Yeah.
All right.
We'll get with you and schedule it so you can come up and talk to us and school us.
He said I have an appointment call in 20 minutes, after which I would be honored. Absolutely.
Oh, okay, good. I'll go in and I'll try to email the link over.
There you go. All right, guys. Well, let's get this rolling. Please let me know if there's audio issues, as always. One thing about this bridge, I got to tell everybody, there's no way in hell I could ever walk this. We had one of these by where I grew up at. I walked it once and I got about a quarter of the way across and I had to crawl the rest of the way. I have such a fear of heights. It's not even funny. This is insane to me. I can't see how anybody does this, but it is high. Welcome, Bobby. Good to have you. Thank you for joining us.
Platform 1.
Now, isn't platform 1 where young Bridge Guy sketch was supposedly seen? I think you're muted, Dago.
Every damn time. The other sketch that was not seen for 2 years was the younger Bridge Guy sketch, okay, that was seen by a specific woman. And she never saw it put out on the news or anything, and she had to question them to get them to show it, okay? So, yes, he was seen standing on this platform, supposedly, and that's where the whole sketch came from, just so you guys know. Welcome, Robin. Good to see you again tonight. Appreciate you very much. That I just saw somebody else, too. 100% of the butterfly. I think that, no, I just saw something. Sorry. Anyway, on we go.
Girls were found over there. There's massive gaps in this 70-foot drop. Here's my favorite one yet. Now that I've crossed the bridge a couple times. This is wild. They're all just falling apart.
Welcome, Terry. I don't know. Was this originally a train trestle?
Yes.
Okay.
It was.
There you go, Terry. That it looks like one, but there's no rails anymore, so I didn't know.
Yeah, it used to be the old trail. I'm sorry, train trestle.
There you go. Right. Absolutely. That's what I thought, but I didn't want to claim that if it wasn't true. But yes, Miss Terry, it is. Welcome, Jada. Good to see you tonight.
every few feet they're missing.
Right there with you, Bobby. Nope.
Platform 2.
So that is the platform that the sketch was taken on, was platform 2 right there. Ray
Okay.
Baldwin, welcome. Good to have you here. I get it, Jaded. I used to be the same way. It does remind me of that too from Stand By Me. It definitely does. It's weird. Welcome, Cynthia. It's very high. True Seeker, good to see you tonight as well.
Okay, I sent Mr. Steve the email. I hope he gets it. Let us know.
Yes, sir. Please. Whenever you're ready, we're ready. Actually, Joe, that was the video that I watched on here, was how they were trying to give the height measurement to Bridge Guy. There was somebody that broke that down based on the bridge, the railroad ties, all that stuff, and came up with the height that they did. It was pretty interesting to watch, to be honest with you.
This is the approximate location of Libby's first photo. It's platform 3 in the background. Creek is down below still.
Awesome, Mr. Steve. Thank you.
Platform 3. The second picture came from Libby standing on the corner of this platform. Just took a picture of Abby facing that way. Walking.
I can't remember right offhand how long this bridge is, but it's a long bridge.
It is. I remember I had gotten the measurements off of a live at one time. They talked about it, and I do not remember.
Oh, I've got them in my notes in there somewhere, but I just don't remember right offhand. But Kelsey tells how Libby was so brave because she always crossed this bridge. She had to talk Abby into it because Abby was, kind of scared. Kelsey said she crawled.
Yeah.
Kelsey crawled herself because she would not do it. But she said Libby would go across this thing with no problem.
I don't get it. I'm right there with you, Andy. I'm anxious literally watching this. I have anxiety right now watching this.
There's some creaky old boards attached to that thing. It was very not very safe, but you know how it is when you're that young. You have no fear sometimes. And there were people who would cross it, but it wasn't something that was crossed constantly. The trails, because there's a lot of trails and a couple other bridges that you can go and walk on and hike on. And now this particular bridge is completely blocked off. You can no longer go out there.
Nope. No, it's gotten too old. It's too dangerous to try to repair at this point because of the equipment that they would have to take out on it. And it would just be more of an issue than anything. So they're just kind of letting it, I think, fall apart as it does gracefully. So welcome, Harbinger. Good to see you. I absolutely have total anxiety watching them walk over this. Every time they get close to the edge, I'm like, back up. Crazy. All right.
Platform 4. My least favorite trestle so far. I don't know if you can tell, but this is very squishy. That's a big fall. All right.
And the families originally thought that there was a possibility one of the girls fell from the bridge and was badly injured, and the other one just didn't want to leave her. And for whatever reason, they couldn't or wouldn't, or the phone wasn't working. They just didn't know, you know.
Yeah, I do remember that. I'd be the same way, Andy. I don't think so, because it's kind of that's why I think they closed it off, Terry. I think they've told people not to go across that, but
yeah, I don't think you were supposed to originally, but there weren't like signs telling you not to, I don't think.
5.
But when you got places, I live in Florida, but I live in a town like this. There's a lot of places like this in towns, and the locals know about them and they go to them, especially the kids, you know. But that this was a normal thing for the community to do, to go to these trails and hike. When this first happened, you wondered, where were these girls at? What do you mean they're in these trails all by themselves? But then when you get to know it, I'm like, oh, it's like my area. We are surrounded by a state.
They grew up with it, right?
Yeah, it's nothing for these preteens and kids to go down here to the creek and do what they do down there, you know. And there's little bridges and things to go play around, and you could take kids out in the woods easily if you really wanted to, I guess. But it's normal stuff for kids raised in these kind of areas, and it's very normal around here. I grew up like that.
Same here, same place. Like I said, we have one of these. I'll show you guys a picture of it here later, where I grew up at, and it was coming across. It was a train trestle, of course, and it's separated over the river. It would pull up behind the power plant we had over there. That was one of the turbine power plants that ran off the river, and they would dump their whatever the hell it was in there and pick things up from there as well. So there's a lot of these that are in, like, where I live at in Ohio. I see them all over the place. So I think it's pretty much standard, you know, to get these trains across the river back in the day. So,
oh yeah,
there's a lot of metal work and cross members below the ties. Hard to fall straight down without hitting one. Yeah, that would be a big mess. Big mess.
That's true.
You look at the underneath of this, guys. There's a lot of, like he's talking about, the framework and stuff of it. For you to go straight through one of them boards, you'd bounce off a bunch of stuff, and it would really mess you up. So
yeah,
good point, sir. Kizana Boyd, welcome. Finding Drive, Donate to Vote Act, new Democratic former presidential candidate has. Okay, thank you for joining us.
Libby was brave enough to take them. She took that video at the end, and we were almost there.
Exactly, Bobby.
How it happened.
I start getting creeped out when I get down here, just because I know what's coming or what they were facing.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, take a look towards your left, and realize where you're at, and start looking toward the left. If you can't, you know, the glimpses. See that private drive down there, guys? Hang on, we'll go back. We got better footage. I just didn't have time to grab it earlier. So
Okay.
right there, underneath that bridge, there's a private drive that goes under it that goes to a property back there. And right there.
Right
So
there,
when
guys.
you go down the hill to the left, you have to cross that drive and then go across that creek and then over onto Ron Logan's property where they were found. Just to give you guys an idea.
That, which is what we're trying to show you here. So yeah, you have to look, but it's right there. And it goes all back through there. So
And it, like I said, it goes under that bridge and back out to the 300 North Highway. And
right.
So
Absolutely.
Form 6.
but
Approaching.
Dago, for you, look to the left down here.
Ties get a little better. Walk quicker. End of the bridge. Weird tree creaking. Freaked me the fuck out here alone.
Hmm.
Hmm. But it's kind of steep right there, so I don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, so right here is the hill he ordered.
It's
Things
amazing.
that make you go,
Things that make you go, exactly. But this is allegedly the area, guys, where down the hill occurred. They got to the end of the bridge and then went down the hill to the left, just like this where we're showing you right now. Yes,
that's
guys.
what you hear in the
down
bridge
the
guy
hill.
video where it says guys down the hill, which I'm probably wrong, but for whatever reason, I still feel like that's two different voices saying that. That's just me. I don't
know if I'm convinced it's two different voices yet, but I don't think it might be the person we see in the video, but the video was taken at a separate time than that audio.
Right. That's two different things. It's my opinion. Thank you. And that's how I feel about that.
And I think the phone went into her pocket and it was still on.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when she captured guys down the hill.
Yep.
And there's some other things said that we don't hear yet.
Yeah. Hopefully we will one of these days. I would give anything to hear the rest.
There may be things on there we don't need to hear, but there's more to that 43 seconds than we know about. Way more.
I want to hear more, and I want to see more of the bridge guy walking thing too. That's another thing. I know there's more to it because it's on a loop, and they just cut it out and gave us what they wanted. So,
well, allegedly the girls hear. Well, I'm assuming it's the girls, obviously, but they hear the word gun, and allegedly it's said by one of the girls, like the one said to the other one, "Gun." You know what I mean? So. That's a rumor. Allegedly, it might be in one of the documents where I've seen it, but it could have been some of Barbara McDonald's reporting, but that is allegedly is what come out of the investigation. So I don't know for sure. We can't confirm it because it's never been released. That publicly, we don't hear those sounds. So
and I've heard that other places before too, and it is definitely something to think about because we just don't know for sure. And you never know. It could very well be one or the other. It could have been two separate scenarios that
I don't think it was a warning though. It was a.
I'm not saying I believe it. I'm saying we just don't. You know what I mean?
Unless it was like somebody trying to help them out, and they got there would be three people down there, not two. I don't know.
Yeah. I got you.
Ordered them down. Private driveway they crossed. And eventually on the other side, you hit Deer Creek, and that's where they were found on the other side. But when Libby recorded him, She was standing right here, right off the end of the bridge.
So if you stand and look at this, okay, right here is where you see bridge guy. Right here, she's standing here recording this.
And then he catches up to them, and they stand there because they don't have no option. They can't. They have to go back to pass the person.
Yeah, right.
And you can't. If you go down the hill on your own, then you're running from the person.
Yeah, exactly. And if there was a weapon involved, that could have been something to stop anybody from taking off or anything like that. So
maybe they just froze and didn't really know what to do. Is this guy going to turn around and go back as well? Do we fall behind? Do we go? And then boom, he's there. It's too late.
Exactly.
You're trapped at the end of that bridge.
Yep.
That's horrible.
Yes, it's very horrible. I can only imagine what was going through their heads when this all happened too.
I know.
That's just what terrifies me.
Sonny, Libby was catfished, but there's no proof that KLINE lured them out there. Right. We're going to talk about Keegan here in a little bit.
Yeah, we're going to go to that after this.
But I hear you. I see you. I get where you're going, and I'm not convinced it didn't happen, but that's what we've been told.
We've talked about that. I just brought this up to Salty the other day. I said, I gotta wonder, and I think I brought it up again yesterday. I said, I gotta wonder if they were there for a purpose that day, not just to go for a walk because they had school off, but for a purpose that somebody said something or did something that brought them.
Did they talk to somebody that, hey, let's meet out at the bridge?
Absolutely.
And from the way, I have the interview stashed away because we're going to get there, but Libby's sister talks about that morning.
Mm-hmm.
And when she talks about it, she says that, because their grandmother owned her own real estate company or appraisal business. So the girls were bored. It was a day off from school. Kelsey had plans for the day and had to go to work later. So grandma was like, you know what, you guys do my filing for me. I'll pay you. And then the girls got their painting stuff out and they went outside and they were doing painting and they were filing. So they were kind of settling into what they were going to do. And then they came in there and asked Kelsey, can you give us a ride to the bridge?
Right.
She said, no. She said, well, I've been telling her no a lot lately. So I'll go tell her, yeah, but you got to get a ride home. Mm-hmm. So then they arranged to get the dad to pick them up. And grandma said, okay, well, contact Abby's mom, make sure it's good. She said, fine, I got to go to work. That's cool. And they're gone to the bridge for the day. For a couple of hours is all it was supposed to be.
Yeah. Yeah.
But did they meet somebody? Because they did have the stuff they were going to do instead of going off because grandma had to go to work instead of the sister. So they were going to be at home doing the filing, but then something changed.
And that's what I'm curious about. Did they meet somebody? Were they supposed to meet somebody and it didn't happen? Did it actually happen, the interaction possibly? Or was it any of that? I'm curious about any of that, to be honest with you. Joe says, can we ask True Crime Web? I really want to know. I understand why Ellie holds on to certain information specific to the crime scene, but at what point does it become detrimental to finding the bad guys? It's a good question.
Thank you, because that is my first question, Joe. We are on the same page.
Yeah, we can definitely ask him that. I'm sure he'll have no problem answering that.
And I'm here for it, and I'll accept whatever he says.
Yes, absolutely. And Harbinger says, I have a question that was brought up early on and never mentioned again about geocaching.
Okay, interesting you brought that up.
Mm-hmm.
They like to geocache out there. And they would go geocaching out there. If you've ever been geocaching, you know they can get put in these strangest and most difficult places to get to. You're wondering what the hell you're even out there doing looking for this stupid thing at this point. So I don't know if they were out there geocaching that day and met up with somebody else geocaching. Because you can look and see where things are on your app, right? I had a friend who was totally obsessed with it. She drugged me all over town one day, a couple days. I'm like, look, lady, this is not going to work for me. But it was fun for a minute, but now I'm over it. But like, she wanted to go everywhere. Like, there's one here, there's one there. No, but yeah, I don't know. I haven't heard a ton about it. You know what I mean? But I do want to look more into it.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely a great question. So thank you for that. Anthony France, first of all, welcome. And
she did. Okay, Max is her friend. Yeah.
Right.
So Max is her friend, and Max has done an interview, and Max said that Libby told him that she kept texting him. He was busy playing his games. He was not responding quickly.
Right.
But then when he did, she told she was having issues with somebody and needed to reset her phone. Now I know Libby reset that phone not long, a few weeks before this all happened.
Mm-hmm.
Why, I don't know. But she told him that she was having issues with someone. And he's like, well, and she's like, I need help. And then he's like, well, what do you want me to do? Or something to that effect. But then Libby comes back and says, I handled it. But like I said, this is no shade at Libby. She was a normal 14-year-old girl. She was very social and never met a stranger. My daughter was the same way. Libby
Mm-hmm.
talked to everyone. Libby had a couple accounts she might not have should have had. Her grandma didn't know till after all this happened. That's when grandma found out Libby was communicating with a person posing as a hot young male model, wealthy, who was into her. And it was
Mm-hmm.
Keegan Kline, the dumpy, greasy guy in the basement,
Creeper.
the creeper.
And that's who we're going to show you here shortly, too.
So was there a chance Libby communicated with somebody she didn't realize was bad? Yeah. But I don't know what her cell phone has shown. I don't know that to be the case. I don't want to say that's the fact. You know what I mean? Because I don't know
Yeah.
that. But it's a
Right.
possibility, I think.
Yeah, it could be. Definitely. Most definitely. All right. Hey, Kimber. Welcome, hon.
Kim.
Excuse me.
And was smart enough to film her recording him. So it took me 8 minutes in total. First time out here.
8 minutes.
Crossed the Monon High Bridge. I stopped to check my surroundings, film some stuff. So I think you can.
I'll be right back,
Salty.
Salty.
6 minutes.
Okay.
If you weren't goofing around on your phone and paying attention. Yeah. Eerie place.
That's a long way down.
Good morning. I'm at Timms Hill County Park in Wisconsin.
Okay, I don't know who this is or what's going on here.
In Wisconsin, 1,951 feet. I am on the observation tower, which
I
is
bet whoever's video we watched carried into the next video. Sorry,
here.
guys.
There is another, looks like weather tower or observation tower that used to be here as well.
Well, I guess we'll get to know this
Pond here.
lay of the land here.
Hill of Beans coffee.
Oh, cool.
That I took pictures of. I was there this morning. Basically just had to drive around.
Did you get coffee?
Do a short hike up. And here we are. This is high point number 24, I believe. So getting there. I'm at Charles Mound, Illinois.
Okay. Illinois.
135 feet. The gate was closed, so it was about a 1.
You back, Dago?
Yes, I am.
Okay, we don't know. I guess when the bridge video ended, it started going into this random dude that we're just watching him, though.
Okay. I guess he must have just thrown these things together then. All right, then.
It looks
there
like he was just showing us a couple of different places. So yeah, but that was a look at the bridge, guys. A walk across it, you kind of get, you get your feel for what a visual and what the bridge really was,
And some of the area around it, right? Absolutely.
We're going to be sharing some drone footage soon. I didn't get it ready for tonight, but we have another now. JLR, and I have a love-hate relationship. I like some of the stuff the guy brings, right? But he was the only person that I could find, because I don't watch him, but I know he goes around and videos the areas. So when I was researching the Mears lot, like I told Dago, it was super hard in the beginning because I couldn't find it like on the maps, it wasn't like real clear. And when you're listening to all the different podcasts and the stream, you're trying to get it. And finally, I found his video. I
Yeah.
was like, well, damn, now I understand where
Mhm.
this was, as this is where they were dropped off. And it's
Right.
important because, you know, this is also where Richard Allen was allegedly seen,
Mhm.
or the bloody and muddy guy was seen walking down the road. And, you know, where they allegedly parked is right around the corner at the Hoosier Harvester store. And so we're
Right.
going to bring you all the locations and show you these things. And we're trying to get the best videos that we can to let you see them, and without getting struck for it.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's what this is. Next video is that she was talking about, just to kind of keep going where we were at, to show you guys a little bit more and have a little bit more commentary with it as well, to explain some stuff. So here we go. So as you guys can see, this is made for this, like these trails to go on walks and stuff like that. It's like a whole thing. It wasn't just out of the blue that.
But that wasn't like that before.
No.
They were paths. They come in and paved them, put in trail cams and different things, you know, cameras. They really spruced it up afterwards and made it.
Afterward, yeah.
But if you, that's horrible to say it like that, but that's when they did all that, was afterwards. So
the area was for that, but this
Yeah.
is why they did it, because they wanted it, because of this situation that happened, to be.
Yeah. Kids go there and ride their bikes. Families go out there. It's a place you go, you know, the locals would go all the time. So.
Right. Welcome, Gina. Thank you for joining us, hon. Excuse me.
And this area was known as the Mary Gerard Preserve. And you'll see it there on the sign. Today is the day. Wow. I forgot that was there.
Yep. Joe. Exactly. Sorry. This is from January 16th of 2023, you guys.
He went there before that too, and this may not be the one that I thought it was.
He was there a while back before that.
He should walk out to where the Mears lot's at and show you guys. If this ain't the one, I'll find it. Yeah. I'm surprised he's not talking.
Yeah, he's never this quiet.
No. Maybe he's being respectful instead of shouting, "Richard Allen, why did you do that in the woods?" Jeez, dude, calm down.
Yeah, it does get a little weird sometimes.
Everybody thought it was his first time doing it when he's yelling at these. No, he did it to all. He does it to everybody.
Everybody, yeah.
If he can go there and yell at you on your perp walk, he's doing it.
Yeah, this is what they did to the bridge after the fact.
Yeah.
Where the point where you can't get out there anymore and do what you used to do.
All this is new right through here. Whoa, JLR. Trigger warning. And there's the Deer Creek below, guys. It's snaked all the way around, and that's they had to cross that onto the other property. if that's how they went. If you'll notice that river or the creek there runs around to the right there, not down that way to the left is where the girls were found when they went down the hill and into the other property.
Right.
You see here they have it all blocked off now.
That's where you stop.
I bet it's a very eerie feeling to be out there. It would be for me. I would have so many. Oh, shit. Damn. That was not cool. I was looking at you, Dago, and I looked over to this. I was like, oh, man.
Before they're
Oh,
A little bit of a scary thing there, but so this shows
Well,
you the underside
yeah.
of it right here, you guys. And this is what Mr. Steve was talking about with all these
mhm.
metal pieces and stuff like that. If you were to fall, I mean, that's a good drop, folks. But if you hit
You
any
hit
of
your head on that, you're
you're
going to
done.
drown when you hit the water because you're going to be out.
100%. So you can see how high it is. You can see how the area around it is, and how old it is too. They're talking about. I remember when this came out, they were supposed to do repairs to it, so on and so forth. So, all right,
Who left me back at the entrance, still holding onto the rails?
right. All right, now let's see here. Hold on a minute.
Love you.
Love you too.
Oh,
Where
so
were
that
we?
wasn't the one I thought it was, I guess, with the mirrors lot, but I'll get that one. And I looked for it earlier, but I was kind of like in a hurry.
Right. No, that's okay.
See, I got like 2 or 3 playlists saved where I've been saving stuff. I just got to take my time to go through it. And that's where I've been grabbing most of my stuff that we've been presenting, because I already have all of it. I just got to go find it all.
Absolutely. Let's see here.
So when Mr. Steve comes up, I got some questions. I think he may have some insight on the measurements about the height. I can't remember if he did the testing himself. Dago, I think that was done with Publicly Buzzed, where they were all into trying to figure out the height of the bridge guy. And Mr. Steve also did one. I was in a stream one night, and I remember because I picked the number I thought it was. We went through the video of Bridge Guy, and he breaks it down. You can like frame to frame to frame to frame, trying to find the clearest image of the Bridge Guy.
Mm-hmm.
And I got that wrote down somewhere, Mr. Steve. If you're listening or on your phone call, I'll ask him about it. But so I will have to ask him if he has any insight on the height testing of because the people. When I say testing, people like us have done their work, and tried to figure it out. We have officially, their documents tell us he's 5'4".
Yeah.
Is that what it was, Dago? 5'4"?
Yep, 5'4". What was that
But,
that area? That area you said that you thought he was walking around, going to walk over to before JLR?
the Mears lot. It's called the Mears lot. It's the location where the girls were dropped off at. There's like a the main entrance to the trails down there, but this is right before the main entrance. And you can pull up a map and show it, but you don't have to do that. But so the Mears lot was on what's called Highway 300 North. And when you get dropped off there, or you park, there was like a little landing you could park at, because people just makeshift park down there. So when you park, you could enter the trail right there and go into the trails, and then that would lead you to the Monon High Bridge. And that's where Kelsey dropped the girls off that morning. And that's where Derek, their father, returned to pick Libby and Abby up.
Right.
And he didn't see them, tried to call them, couldn't reach Libby's phone. He walked around twice, and somebody's got a damn good video, I forgot who it was, where they show his movements. There's another guy out on the trails as well. And then that guy, they hook up, he asks, you see the girls? No. Then they go and they look around, they don't see them. And it was about the phone calls start going out to the grandma and to the sister, to Abby's mom. By 5 or 5:30, they all realized something was really, really wrong. And they got dropped off at what time? 1 1:30
1:30.
ish.
Yeah, I think it was 1:30 or 1:30. Yeah,
I feel like it was
1:30
a
or
little bit later than that, but it was
1:40
way
or
before
something
2 o'clock.
like
Yeah.
that. Right.
To go back to my notes, but
Absolutely. All right. So this might be the one. I don't know. Maybe
this is that's not the Freedom Bridge, is it, Joe? Which one is that one called? I can't remember. That might be. I don't remember.
I think it is. I'm trying to find the one with the mirrors lot on it, and I remember watching it.
Yeah. I was
Is
like,
this
I
it?
watched it so long ago, I can't remember which one it was.
Right. So give me a second, guys. Bear with me. There's a lot. He was here a lot, believe it or not, and did a lot of different videos on this.
Mears Farm at 149. Thank you, Murder Candy. Yeah. Is someone filming JLR while he films himself?
Mm-hmm.
It was probably Magnolia
Yes.
or Betty.
Good point. Good point.
He probably got one of them long invisible sticks that holds his camera
He does
on
have
a
photography.
stabilizer.
I've seen those. Him with those.
Yeah, look at my smooth stabilizer.
I have one too, but it's not that big one. All right, is it going to show me?
I don't know, dude. I got aggravated earlier trying to find that. I was like, I think this one's it, and that's the one I sent you, but it was not the one.
No, it's okay.
Like he should have titled it Mears Farm.
Right.
I guess we got to think about that when we title stuff in case somebody wants to watch it later.
Mm-hmm.
Should I appreciated JLR's drive around King Road
Yeah, definitely.
and all the way around that apartment complex because nobody could tell me for the longest time if you could get back there or not. I couldn't figure it out, and I was getting so mad. And then you obviously you can absolutely drive back there.
Sure enough. Absolutely, yes.
Andy, my double dose hit, girl.
Oh.
Pick a JLR girlfriend. See, I told you they hit.
Mm-hmm. 1 second. Here.
Yeah, across the street from the Mears Farm Murder Candy. That's where the trailhead is for the and it splits off, right? Because it goes to the left, I think, is to the Monon High, and to the right or straight would be toward the Freedom Bridge. And I'm going to get together with some visuals on those things for you guys as well, so we can take a look at those. And Dago, I sent you a couple more links. Did you see them?
Oh, yeah, I have them. I was just trying to find.
No, you're good. You're good.
You
I'm
guys.
keeping an eye on chat, trying to see if anybody's saying anything or has any questions.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Just a couple things I was trying to find.
Yeah, I don't understand the Magnolia thing either, but hey, do you, boo? Takes all kinds of kinds, cha-ching. I mean, never mind.
Everybody got somebody.
If you can't be with the one you love, honey, love the one you're with.
Love the one you're with, right? Okay, so.
Well, Anthony, there's a discrepancy if that's even that car backed in there. And a lot of people back in. So I don't know if that meant he was. I'm not saying he didn't. Absolutely. If I'm a bad guy and I'm trying to get away with something, I'm fixing to back in and hide my license plate. But my son backs in and I'll be like, why are you backing in? What are you doing that for?
This is something I wanted to show you guys too, since we were in this area. Okay, so that you can understand the way it's titled. You have to excuse it. Okay, it's titled Richard Allen Escape Route, and it shows this area because he's a suspect. That's why they call it that. So understand that, but that's all it is.
If
Basically,
you're in jail, you're a suspect. I'm sorry.
right. That's it right there. So
I don't have a problem calling the person in jail a suspect. I don't
no,
understand.
not at all.
Yeah,
They're
I'm
just
not trying to
saying
be politically correct or
right.
the
So
emotional police. A
that's
person incarcerated is a suspect, period.
why they're in the jail. That's right.
Until you are acquitted or you uh, convicted, whatever.
So what this here is this is just an assumption of the route that was taken of the person that did what they did to get out of this area per se. And I'm just showing it to you because it shows you the cemetery and the
This
area
is
around.
important because this
Right.
cemetery backs up to the property.
Exactly. So that's basically why I'm showing you this.
Yeah, and you can get to the scene through this cemetery, and you can avoid that bridge, that creek, all of it.
Right.
But it's difficult to get to, right? And Mr.
Yeah,
Steve, I
absolutely.
think, I can't remember if he actually tried to go this way or if he did go this way, but he can tell you how this terrain really is, and you can see it in some of the videos when there's like a steep embankment back there. But
Yeah.
if you walk down to the right and you walk far enough, you absolutely come apart an area that you can get down pretty easily toward where the girls were at.
Right. And again, that's I want you guys to see every bit of the area that we can show you so you can understand where these girls were walking to, where they were, where whoever did this was around, where they were walking through, how to get where, and every bit of it.
Yeah,
So
and also if you guys want to go to your Google Maps and Google the Monon High Bridge and look, you'll see this cemetery in relation to that bridge area.
yes. So it's just another one to catch everybody up on
Some visuals.
Yes, the visuals are very important in these cases, guys, especially this one, because at least in my opinion, because you guys can hear about this day and night. It doesn't matter. I can tell you 3,000 times. Unless you see what we're talking about, you can't figure out in your mind what could have happened that way. Do you see what I'm saying? At least that's how I am. You could tell me, yeah, I went through the cemetery, did this, did that, and get okay, great. What the hell does that mean?
What
You know what I
cemetery?
mean?
Where was it in proximity?
Right. Where was it at in proximity to the bridge? And where was the bridge as this? And how did they walk that? That's why I show you guys visuals as often as we can because of this situation. Because all of this stuff is very important to this case. Every single bit of it. So
and this is from a channel called indiearchive.org.
yes.
This is their footage. So I just wanted to put that out there as well.
Absolutely. And I appreciate what they did to do to get this footage too. This helps us. A lot of us that can't be boots on the ground, that can't do this, that can't do that. This helps to get us what we need to be looking at and to be showing you guys. So that's why I like this stuff. Definitely think that he exited through the cemetery. A lot of people believe that, Anthony. That a lot of people do. So
I'm right there with you. I believe it's a possibility. I do.
Yep. Absolutely. So
because when you exit the cemetery and you go to the left, you're walking down 300 North toward where the backed in car was parked.
For sure.
Where the eyewitness sees the muddy and bloody guy walking.
Right. And then here's Scott. Welcome again, sir. Reason for backing in the driveway. It's easy to pull forward me and my neighbor back into each other. They call it no fault.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
That's what I'm saying. A lot of people do. So I don't put a lot of it. To me, that it's a, it doesn't mean much to me.
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
people back in, you know what I mean? I don't know.
Yep.
If I was like in an area where I never saw anybody back in, I'd be like, oh, that's strange. But it's very common here.
Yeah. I mean, listen, guys, my truck, I back in every time. I don't have to. I mean, unless I'm in a hurry. But I don't know. It's a OCD thing because I want to get in and just go. I don't want to have to piss around.
Yeah, you don't want to fool around having to back up and look for people. You just want to go.
Right. And I actually, is something that I learned to do when I became a volunteer firefighter because you have no time. When I first got into firefighting.
Yeah, you got to be in position to go, right?
Absolutely.
Forward.
And it became habit. Yep. It became habit. So it's just one of them things. Yeah, absolutely, Harbinger. Absolutely.
I don't know. That's a good question. Why park down at the CPS building? But they say people did.
Mhm.
I don't know if that was his routine place to park. You know what I mean? Because he didn't live too damn far from there. So
Mm-mm.
I don't know if that was,
Very
I don't
close.
know. You're already going to go do a lot of walking, right? Why would you do more?
I
I
think it
don't,
depended on where you were going in this area, in my opinion, too. I always thought because there was a couple places you could park and then you could
yeah,
act.
when you can still access the trail system from down there,
Mm.
so I don't know if it was odd to park there or not,
Yeah,
or if it's
absolutely.
something he did regularly or not.
These are good points, good questions, too, guys. Seriously, they are. It shows that you guys are thinking about
Well,
this
yeah,
stuff.
you got to do your victimology and you do your suspectology.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a term?
It is now.
It's not
You
the
just
correct.
made it
It's
one.
not the correct term, but we're gonna roll with it.
Mhm. You just made it one. So there we go. All right, off we go.
It says that investigators received prior tips encountering a tip narrative from an officer who actually interviewed Richard Allen all the way back in 2017. Back then, and I'm
Now, just so you guys, I know you just saw that. So you guys understand, this is somebody else we're going to be talking about here soon, too. This is the gate that leads to Ron Logan's property, who was at one point a suspect. That's the property that the girls were found on. Okay. And that's why I think they're showing it to you. That it shows that this
It's back. It's because the
access to it
cemetery backs up to this
is right
land,
there. Yep,
and the
exactly.
girls were found on that land. And there's a gate to his property right there. This gate was locked though, and it was never. It wasn't used. You
Right,
actually get to his home on 300 North, just around, back on the highway. You would
right,
keep going down, and his property, his house is on the right. But
exactly.
yeah, that's his property as well. He had several. I forget how many acres Ron had back there,
A
but it
lot.
was more than a couple, right?
Yeah, it was
Yeah, he
quite
owned
a
a
bit.
pretty good chunk back there,
Absolutely,
all the way to
absolutely.
the creek.
Mm-hmm. A lot of property, a whole lot. So, is there
Very
one?
heavily wooded too.
Oh yeah, especially in the summertime like this. Yes.
Yeah.
Um, there you go, butterfly. That's why we're doing this. A lot of people don't know these things. So,
and I'm going to quote here from the probable cause affidavit. It says, Mr. Allen was on the trail between 13:30 and 15:30. So that's between 1:30 and 2:30 in the afternoon. He parked at the old Farm Bureau building and walked to the new Freedom Bridge. While at the new Freedom Bridge, he saw 3 females. He noted one was smaller.
hold on there. I'm going to correct something. He just made a mistake with what he said. Hold on.
What?
Freedom Bridge, he saw 3 females. He noted one was parked at the old Farm Bureau building and walked to the new Freedom Bridge. While at the new Freedom Bridge, he saw 3 between 13:30 and 15:30.
Okay, 13:30 is 1:30.
1:30.
15:30 is 3:30, guys. Okay, 15. Then 4:30 or 2:30 would be 14:30. Sorry, 13, 14, 15. So just so you guys know, 15 is 3. Yes, if you military
Yeah.
time, but that's the mistake he made because he just said between 1:30 and then 2:30. So that's not 15:30. Hold on. All right, do it again.
On the trail between 13:30 and 15:30. So that's between 1:30 and 2:30 in the afternoon. He parked at the old Farm Bureau building and walked to the new Freedom Bridge. While at the new Freedom Bridge, he saw 3 females. He noted one was smaller and had brown or black hair.
So they're saying 3. I see you guys are asking 3 too.
Yes. Well, these girls are accounted for. Okay, they
Right.
make statements to the police.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I seen the
They don't
question.
get a good look at the guy. He appears to be okay. What I have to go back and review the notes on what these girls said. The man, they didn't engage. You know what I mean? He kind of kept his head down. They didn't really get a good look,
Mm-hmm.
but they just saw a man, and he saw them.
That's it.
Because when you interview somebody that says they were at the bridge, well, did you see these 2 young girls? No, but I saw the 3 girls up on the Freedom Bridge.
There you go. All right.
And the Freedom Bridge is another bridge, guys, that
I'll show you.
As part of that, yeah, we'll show you all that.
Absolutely. You guys are catching these things, so that's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
He did not remember description, nor did he speak with them. He walked from the Freedom Bridge to the High Bridge. He did not see anyone, although he stated he was watching a stock ticker on his phone as he walked. He stated there were vehicles parked at the High Bridge trailhead, however, did not pay attention to them. He did not take any photos or video. And we then hear later that police here in this probable cause affidavit talked to some individuals who it seems like he described here that he passed walking in the woods, and they described a person who then has the clothing that is described in the probable cause affidavit and the police have released earlier.
Right. Police talk about 3 juveniles, 3 young people that say they saw Richard Allen, or they saw a person there who then turns out to match the description of Richard Allen,
Yes.
walking on the trail toward Freedom Bridge.
Okay,
There
so
you go.
this is Mir's farm here. Okay, this is where she was talking about just a little bit ago. Where there's a parking lot over here. Okay, so that way.
Well, it's not really a parking lot. It's kind of like people just pulled off and parked. Yeah.
That's what I was trying to say. Sorry, but right. Anyway, so that is the place, the farm, so on and so forth. As they're coming down this road, you come up on it that way.
Yeah, and the trailhead is
One-
right ahead, and the girls were dropped off right here at this farm.
Right there. Yeah. Thank you.
And this is also the direction that the witness saw the man walking muddy and bloody.
Mm-hmm.
And then allegedly has come back and said to law enforcement, I never said bloody. I just said muddy. So
Muddy.
we don't know. We have no clue.
Exactly.
And he would have been walking toward where we were talking about the car backed into the building, the CPS building. Now, the old Farm Bureau building and the CPS building are the same building. And you may
Right.
hear it referred to as either or. So it's the same spot, though. But that's where the car is backed in. And it's going to be down past this farm and stuff.
Absolutely.
You would have had to walk past the farm to go to the car.
Yep. Good stuff. All right. If he was on his phone, probably a burner phone, so he couldn't be tracked. He said he was on his track. Oh, okay.
Yeah, he said he was watching the stock ticker and looking at the fish off the platform.
Yep. Alrighty.
One of the girls, it says in the court documents, described to police the male as, quote, kind of creepy, and advised he was wearing blue jeans, a really light blue jacket. His hair was gray, maybe a little brown. He
Right
didn't
there,
show his face. She told police, according to court documents, that he was wearing a duck canvas type jacket, advised that she said hi to the man, but he just glared at them.
Did you say something?
Yeah, that was the spot where they were dropped off.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, you went back too far. Yeah.
Right here. Sorry.
And see, this road is not like a busy road, guys. It's, a rural area. So it's not a, I wouldn't think it's like highly traveled. You know what I mean? Only the locals are back here.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. All right. On we go.
Case. She told police, according to court documents, that he was wearing a duck canvas type jacket, advised that she said hi to the man, but he just glared at them. He had something covering his mouth, she told investigators, and described him as being not very tall, not bigger than 5'10", said he had his hand in his pockets. And we see here, this is the video, that was the video that we,
Yes.
saw for years. It did show a man.
Okay, see right there's CCTV camera. Sleuthy and I we have had a conversation, and you have to come past, even if you were walking muddy and bloody or whatever you were, where's the CCTV camera that shows the man walking past this store, this location, to get to the building where he was parked?
Absolutely.
There's no
Absolutely.
mention of it that I'm aware of in any documents.
And you know something? I never
But that doesn't mean they don't have it. But you would
Right.
think if they had it, they would have had it very early on when you scour every There's nothing to scour, but by God, I'm knocking on your door if you got one. You
Oh,
got a
right.
camera. You can see the, you know. So
I've
would
always
you?
questioned why somebody would do this and walk this far to get back to their vehicle, knowing that they're going to be seen at some point by multiple people, and that's always
Well, you
bugged me.
do run the risk of seeing people back there. It's a long walk back to the car, and if you're muddy and bloody, you're gonna stick. People are gonna notice
Sore thumb,
because even
right?
though it's not a highly traveled road like a freeway, people are still coming down that road. You're still gonna
Agreed.
run the risk of somebody coming down that damn road. Would you take that risk? Would you walk along the tree line and hide? I
Hey,
would.
right in broad daylight. That's the
I'm
thing, you know.
fixing to use those woods to my advantage, and I'm gonna sneak out of here.
Yeah, right, exactly. Jenny Welcome says that they said his car was caught on the Harvest Store camera. Yeah, I heard
There
that too.
was vehicles on the camera, but it's still a dispute. The one eyewitness said that she knows for a fact that car that was parked at that building was, I forget the year, make, and model. Joe, if you're here, you might know.
She,
It was just like her dad's
yep,
old car, the muscle car,
car.
whatever it was. It was, she knew it because it was like her dad's car, and it was not the car they were saying was there.
Exactly.
So I don't know. There's different witnesses that have described different cars, and Alan owned 2 different cars. A PT Cruiser. I don't, there's all kinds of weirdness with the damn car at this building that I never understood.
Right, and the car that she swears, and guys, I mean, she swears that it was identical to what she described because it was just like her father's. It was definitely not a BT Cruiser, though.
Was it a Ford Fairlane? Was it?
It was something like that.
Something like that. Yeah, it was weird. It was totally
1965
off from what
Comet.
they were saying. So I don't know.
Right there, 1965 Comet. That's right. I believe that's exactly what it was.
No, I don't think it was. I don't remember. I don't remember it being a Comet that she said. It was like, to me, it was it was like a whole different, the description of the car would have been completely different than what would, like, body shape and length and all. It was a longer car that she was describing, but I can't remember for sure.
It was something
Comets
like
aren't long. I know what those are. I watched one blow a Corvette away at the racetrack one night. It was awesome.
Corona, Coronet, Dodge Coronet.
I can't remember exactly, so I may be wrong.
It was something like what Jenny's saying. I swear it was. That's why I thought that was it. I will figure it out, though.
It's in the documents, what she described. Yeah, in her
definitely.
statements.
But it was definitely a specific type vehicle. She swore to it, and she was serious about that. So that's just something to remember.
So I'm curious, the camera, did it capture anything? And if it did, what did it capture?
Right.
You would think if it captured an image of a man, did that have any more to go on besides Bridge Guy video there? I mean,
right. Very possible. Very possible.
Well, if it had anything, if you could tell anything from it, you probably would have got to your guy a little sooner.
Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely. Yeah, we will figure out exactly what the car was, because I know what it is. I just can't think right now. But we'll get it to you. But either way, on we go. I gotta step away for a second, Salty. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna let this play.
Okay.
Lincoln Continental. No, it was nothing like that. It was an older, like, muscle type car. I remember. I swear it was. Something different than what you would imagine of any other type of vehicle. So,
Joe, I agree with that. And I noticed a comment earlier from somebody like, why would he walk that far? Look at him. Not like look at him like that, but it's not the kind of person you would envision just wanting to walk that far. So, like Joe said, I mean, it does make sense.
Very much so.
Because if you did back in to try to conceal something, why? And why park way down there if you're just going to go stroll on the bridge, which is, like I said, is already a long enough walk.
Absolutely.
I would park closer to the trailhead myself. So, yeah.
I do agree with that. Yes,
yeah.
ma'am. All right. I'm like I said, I got to step away for a second. Just got to run to the little boy's room. I'll be right back.
It did show a man wearing jeans, wearing a blue jacket with hands in his pockets.
Let's get into the part about the gun here and why police believe that there is a direct link between these murders and Richard Allen.
Yeah, this was kind of the most stunning part, I think.
So
did she say the camera has a guy walking with his hands in his pockets?
Caliber unspent round less than 2 feet away from victim 2's body. Between victim 1 and victim 2's bodies, The round was unspent and had extraction marks on it. So as we move a few pages further in the probable cause affidavit, they sent the ballistics off to the Indiana State Police Crime Lab. And see if I can find the section here. It says the laboratory determined the unspent round located within 2 feet of victim's two's body had been cycled through Richard M. Allen's Sig Sauer model P226.
We have spent all night digging through new court documents in the Delphi murders, getting new insight into this case that captured the nation's attention for almost 6 years. In these court documents that I have in my hands, the first mention of a gun, testimony from witnesses describing a creepy man on the bridge where Abby Williams and Libby German were last seen alive, and security video from a nearby business capturing people and cars coming and going from the area. This is the first major update since Richard Allen was arrested last month and charged with Abby and Libby's murder. These documents answer some of the questions about how long he's been on police radar and how he ended up behind bars. But there's still a lot we don't know tonight. We're going to be breaking that down in a moment. But first at 11, what we do know. Investigators first talked with Richard Allen back in 2017. He admitted at the time to being on the trail and parking at a nearby building. Allen told investigators back then he saw 3 girls at the Freedom Bridge, but said he didn't speak with them. Fast.
Yes.
That last video where the guy was driving and he was showing us the locations. I don't know if I heard it right, but I thought the lady said that CCTV shows a man walking by with his hands in his pockets.
Mm-hmm.
I need to hear that again, if you don't mind.
No, that's not this here.
The last video we were watching. I don't mean to skip from this one because this one's going to go over the probable cause.
Investigators received
I
tips
think that might be it.
Encountering
Ford
a
500
narrative.
Does that sound right? A Ford 500?
What?
The car, Ford 500. Does that sound right?
No, I think Jenny says it. Box 59 was reporting a 65 Comet, and I guess that's
okay.
Yeah, because a 65 Comet's a way different body shape than the one I'm thinking that I thought of a minute ago.
Gotcha. Okay, so we're about where let's see.
It's toward the end. Yeah, it was when they were go by the Hoosier Harvester store.
Gotcha. Wait, I think I passed that already. Here we go. Okay.
Man wearing jeans, wearing a blue jacket with hands in his pockets.
Is that what she saw, not what the camera saw? Okay.
Yeah.
That's what the witness said she saw. Okay.
Right.
I was about to say, wait a minute, where's that at in the documents? I haven't seen it.
The gun here.
Oh, right. Okay, so we watched, you guys seen all of this then, so we're good on this one. But that just showed you guys the area, all of that stuff right there. That's why I was showing that.
And the video that came on after it, that you just stopped, it just showed them what weapon they took from his house. Talked about the spent bullet being 2 feet or in between the bodies. So it was cool. Yeah. And they were about to go into the probable cause affidavit.
Absolutely. Then hold on a minute. Let me just let that do it again. Then.
Allen's Sig Sauer model P226. And cycled and see if I can find the section here. It says the laboratory determined the unspent round located within 2 feet of victim's two's body had been cycled through Richard M. Allen's Sig Sauer model P226.
We have spent all night digging through new court documents in the Delphi murders, getting new insight into this case that captured the nation's attention for almost 6 years. In these court documents that I have in my hands, the first mention of a gun, testimony from witnesses describing a creepy man on the bridge where Abby Williams and Libby German were last seen alive, and security video from a nearby business capturing people and cars coming and going from the area. This is the first major update since Richard Allen was arrested last month and charged with Abby and Libby's murder. These documents answer some of the questions about how long he's been on police radar and how he ended up behind bars. But there's still a lot we don't know tonight. We're going to be breaking that down in a moment. But first at 11, what we do know.
Remember, this probable cause affidavit was sealed for quite a while after his arrest. You know what I mean? That's why he's saying they just now getting it, because it was sealed and it took them a minute to get it. So
there you go. Absolutely. People say RL is BG. Watch the video a couple hours before the crime when he's dumping his trash. Okay. Thank you, sir. I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Back in 2017, he admitted at the time to being on the trail and parking at a nearby building. Allen told investigators back then he saw 3 girls at the Freedom Bridge, but said he did not speak with them. Fast forward to October 13th of this year when he was interviewed again. That same day, police searched Allen's home. They found jackets, boots, knives, and guns. Forensic analysis then discovered one of those guns matched an unspent round discovered within just 2 feet of the girls' bodies. Days later, on October 26th, the day Allen was arrested, he voluntarily went to state police and told them he couldn't explain how that bullet got there. Police say the bullet links Allen to the scene. There are still lots of things we don't know right now about the evidence in this case. Tonight, our Rachel Krause takes a closer look at the questions still lingering tonight.
These new documents paint a clearer picture of what happened on that bridge in Delphi back in February of 2017. But even with all of this new information, there's still so many unanswered questions as to what happened to Abby and Libby. In the probable cause affidavit, police mentioned that the video taken by the girls before their death, one of the victims says gun. And then there's the unspent bullet at the scene. Forensic teams linked that to Allen's gun. But that ballistics analysis may be a point of contention in a trial. In recent years, a number of scientific reports have cast doubt on the science behind those analyses. And we don't know if that's the only evidence from the scene linking Allen to the crime. While the probable cause affidavit indicates that this gun is largely what linked Allen to Abby and Libby's murders, we still don't know how the girls were murdered. Police have never said how they died. When police found their bodies 2 days after they went missing, an FBI agent noted that it appeared the girls' bodies were moved and staged. There were no visible signs of a struggle or fight, and a piece of clothing was missing. But the biggest question for many tonight is, why would Allen have killed Abby and Libby?
We still don't know the motive. Why would Mr. Allen kill these 2 young girls back in 2017? What is the motive? The allegation is kidnapping, but for what purpose? What was he going to do? Hold them for ransom? That's unlikely. We don't know the motive. We don't know the exact weapon used or the number of weapons used, and we need to establish that.
And the probable cause affidavit also does not address what prosecutors told the court last week, stating publicly that they didn't believe Richard Allen was the only actor in this case.
Just last week, the prosecutor made this statement that they have a very solid case.
Yeah, and even with all of these unanswered questions ahead of trial, the prosecutor's office has said they believe the evidence shows Allen was involved in Abby and Libby's murders.
All right, Rachel, thanks. Now, investigators tell us they were able to piece together some of this case through witness statements and video evidence. Court documents repeatedly mention footage captured by cameras at Hoosier Harvest Store. Our news crews were out there today. So we put together this map that I want to show you so you get an idea about where everything is. So Hoosier Harvest Store is right here. That's this building. Now, this is right across the street from the Monon High Bridge Trail, which you see here in red. Now, there was a witness who said that she was driving eastbound on this road. This is 300 North, the day the girls disappeared, and she said she saw a guy wearing a blue jacket and blue jeans who was muddy and bloody. Video also captured a car that investigators say resembled Richard Allen's Ford Focus at 1:27 p.m. Now, witnesses reported seeing a car with a similar description. Allen told police he was at the trail from 1:30 to 3:30, and video from Hoosier Harvest Store leads investigators to believe that Abby and Libby were dropped off at 2 p.m. Now I want to give you a look at what's next in this case. Richard Allen's attorneys want to take the trial 150 miles outside Carroll County. They want to avoid a tainted jury pool based on this case's extensive media coverage. But as you see here, just outside that 150-mile circle, they're looking at two places where they would like to hold the trial, Jeffersonville or Evansville. So far, a judge has not ruled on that change of venue request. Now, you can find our in-depth coverage of the Delphi murders online. You can do it right now, and it's easy. Just go ahead and scan the QR code you see here on your screen. That'll take.
See, change of venues are quite common, everyone. Is Dago gone again?
11:22. Never.
Oh, I didn't even realize. I'm like, where'd he gone again?
Never fails. Never fails. So be
He's
it.
gone.
Right. Okay. On we go to the next step here. Okay. Ooh, excuse me.
Well, I've seen that, Anthony. Hey, I've seen the interviews with those coworkers, and yeah, there was a little bit of bizarre things that were said, but I don't know if it was it really just towards young girls, or was it comments made with the coworkers that were inappropriate?
Right.
You know what I mean? I think it was toward the coworkers that they said they felt was inappropriate at times.
They could have been young girls that worked at the CVS.
Well, yeah, but I don't know how. I don't know if they were under 18 or adults, young women, or I don't know.
Right. Exactly.
And some people, and I don't mean okay, I have been to training sessions with male managers,
Mm-hmm.
and they're teaching us sexual harassment.
Oh yeah.
They give you scenarios. Is this harassment? They're over here, no, and I'm like, dude, no, that is.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna you come on now. We gotta go run our store. You can't do this. Get it together over there, But because you never know,
Right.
it takes offense to what your joke, or you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, and like Jenny just
And
said,
I was a manager at a restaurant. We had to be very careful, and we
yeah.
had to teach our employees. There's just some things you can't say
Mm-hmm.
because it can't. You know what I mean? So I don't know.
Yep. Absolutely. That's a good question. Did those girls report that before or after his arrest?
Mm.
You know how that works too. Okay. Just saying.
It was all after.
Right. So, I mean,
no one knew him before he was arrested.
Right. Even though that picture sat around Delphi
5 years.
For 5 years, not
where
one
he
person.
worked, where he shot pool.
Yep. That really bothers me. That's why I bring it up so often, because I don't understand that. How all of a sudden when you arrest him, everybody looks at it and goes, that's him. But you've been looking at that picture for 5 years. Why in the hell is it now him, but it wasn't 5 years ago? Or for the past 5 years? You know what I'm saying? That's what I don't get. Just saying. Okay, so this is called Just Some Thoughts, number 5. This is something that Salty dropped in here. It's from the Inquisitor True Crime. And it is exactly what it is, just some thoughts. So
yeah, and now just remember, I'm not going to tell you what to think, but this guy might try a little bit, but just listen to what he says about the motions that were heard during the 3-day period, and talks about the testimony. Everything else he says, I tune out certain people. So
absolutely, just listen.
I can do that. Yeah, everybody's opinion's their own. He's got the right to his.
Absolutely, make your own thoughts and feelings. On we go.
And Dago, I forget the channel name.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I hope this has some volume to it, because
Yeah, it should.
the hell we
It
got.
did earlier. Oh,
There's Brad.
oh,
Brad Holder.
Lord.
That's interesting.
That's
Oh,
the picture from his Facebook page.
right. This was
There's
on.
no sound?
Not so far, but that doesn't mean.
No, there should be.
Hold on. Let me see if it's me. Can everybody in the chat hear me too? Let me try this again. Okay. Nothing there yet. I don't know what happened. They can hear me. Let's see.
She tried.
I found it. Okay, here we go. Let me back it up.
Stay at an Indiana Department of Corrections facility or move to a county jail before trial. Sheriff Tony Liggett testified regarding vacating the safekeeping order. He said he was fine with Richard Allen moving from Wabash Valley Correctional Facility to Cass County Jail, one county away from Carroll County, as long as he is kept safe. Liggett said on the stand that he understood Cass County Sheriff Ed Schroeder was open to the idea. Liggett's concern was that if problems arose at the Cass County Jail and Allen became a problem, that he would be anxious about taking Richard Allen back to Carroll County, because he said the jail was not equipped with a cell that could keep him out of the general jail population. In the second motion, state prosecutors and the defense team squabbled over how the 26 terabytes of evidence were organized and labeled. The defense claimed they had to go to Georgia, which Allen's defense attorney Andrew Baldwin said had cost him $12,000 to go there to acquire the photo above from a person named Ryan Boucher, which the defense said would prove Allen's innocence. The photo above was allegedly a picture the defense's third-party suspect posted onto Facebook showing a tree laying on two children. It's alleged Brad Holder posted it back in 2012, but he cannot remember posting it. The image to me looks just like a meme post, and it doesn't resemble the Delphi crime scene images in the slightest. And the stick formation and body posing is nothing like the tree branch and bodies in this meme post. State prosecutors said they never had that photo, and the evidence was labeled appropriately. Prosecutors said the defense team had the same evidence that they have, and that they're spoon-feeding them and doing their job for them. The defense also claimed their third-party suspect, Brad Holder of Logansport, Indiana, was not properly investigated, and that his social media posts hinted that he practiced Odinism. In the third-party suspect's deposition, the defense said that their suspect changed his story 3 times when asked about Abby Williams. Brad Holder's son, Logan Holder, was briefly dating Abigail Williams at the time of her murder. His phone was looked at, but the defense argued that Brad Holder's phone was not, and that the police either destroyed the suspect's phone records or didn't search the suspect's phone. In the deposition, the suspect said police took his phone, but was not sure. The investigators claimed they never took the suspect's phone, but he was not a suspect in their point of view, and the state prosecutors said Brad Holder had been cleared very early in the investigation, as he had a clear alibi at the time of the murders. It was revealed that the FBI Behavioral Analysis Unit report did not indicate that they believed the murder of Libby and Abby was a ritualistic killing, but believed it was an undoing, and that the killer was trying to conceal or hide or undo what he had done by covering the bodies with sticks. On day 2 of the pretrial hearing, Indiana State Police Detective Brian Harshman, who monitored calls Allen made from prison, testified that he noticed visible changes in Richard Allen's behavior in March 2023, when Richard Allen began saying that he had found God. Allen began confessing to his family in prison phone calls from Westville Correctional Facility in April 2023. He told his wife and his mother that he killed the girls. His wife and mother initially didn't believe him and later told him, "They're messing with you. They're messing with your mind." He then kept confessing in the months that followed. Detective Harshman said that Allen talked about why he killed the girls and why he delayed in confessing. Harshman did not elaborate or go into details on what the motivations were. Harshman also...
Thank you very much, Avery, for that gifting 5 memberships. I can't see who got them right now. Congratulations.
Nice.
Very much appreciated, and thank you again. Welcome to the sauce for the 5 new members. I will figure it out here after the fact, but thank you again, Avery. We do appreciate that so very much.
Also said Allen expressed fears that his family would no longer love him after the trial, during which they would see graphic photographs of the girls' bodies. It was also revealed that in November 2022, Richard Allen told his wife over the phone, "If this gets too much for you, just let me know, and I'll talk to the detectives and tell them everything they want to know." Detective Harshman said Allen had made at least 61 incriminating statements where he revealed information that only the killer would know. He made those incriminating statements to other inmates assigned as companion inmates while he was on suicide watch. He also made statements to prison guards, the warden at the Westville Correctional Facility, and the chaplain, where he was kept in a segregation unit and under constant video surveillance. It was also claimed by Harshman that he'd made nearly 100 statements confessing to the crime in some way or other, and that he had also made incriminating statements at the prison he moved to, the Wabash Valley Correctional Facility. It was claimed that all of the 60-plus incriminating statements coincided with a decline in Richard Allen's mental health. Allen had started eating his own feces, running the length of his cell and hitting his head against the door, and was washing his face in toilet water. Former Westville Correctional Facility Warden John Gallipo, who was warden when Allen was there, testified that he heard Allen make a verbal confession through his cell, and he allegedly heard Allen name the girls in that statement. In a separate instance, the warden said Allen had given him a letter stating he wanted to confess, and the warden turned that letter over to internal affairs at the facility. Dr. Monica Walla, who is the lead psychologist at Westville, had therapy sessions with Allen and testified his mental health began to deteriorate in April 2023, around the time he began confessing. Allen started expressing suicidal thoughts and feelings of hopelessness. Allen was seen banging his head on the wall to the point that his face was severely bruised, Walla testified. He began eating his own feces. His thoughts were disjointed. During some sessions, Walla said Allen was trembling and his eyes were twitching. She also said Allen met the criteria of having a serious mental illness, a designation that would have placed a 30-day limit to his solitary confinement. Walla, however, also expressed doubts about Allen's honesty. ISP, Detective Harshman testified prison guards at Westville assigned to keep an eye on Allen when he was on suicide watch believed he was faking his mental health issues. Harshman said he had reviewed between 650 and 670 calls made by Richard Allen, which was around about 150 to 170 hours worth of phone calls. Harshman also said that investigators were looking into some of his daughter's friends because of some of the claims Richard Allen had told inmates through his incriminating statements. Prosecutor attorney Stacy Diener referred to Walla's notes in which she questioned whether Allen was purposefully behaving bizarrely.
What's wrong, Doodle? Did I miss something? Maybe, maybe not.
I don't know.
I don't know what she just laughed, and I'm like, what'd I do?
I see her. She's like, Dago, and then she laughed. Okay. Hey, Miss Barbara, welcome in.
That's something else to remember too, guys, that, and I'm not saying this to tell you that that's why he was doing this, but we also were told that he was put on medications by an attorney, one of his defense attorneys, put on medications that were not prescribed by a doctor at some point. Okay, that
I think they're gonna talk a little bit about what she prescribed him.
Right, absolutely. So that can cause things to change too with somebody. So who knows? excuse
'Cause
me, I don't
she began to prescribe medication based on what she was seeing,
what he was doing, right?
what was causing what you were seeing, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. So, was he on medications before that caused him to do this, or was this him faking it, like they said, or was he cracking? I mean,
Yeah, the defense had to ask the judge to get them to tell, to try to find out what he was receiving in Westville. So
exactly.
I'm assuming they got all that sorted out and got they did get their records eventually, but whether they're accurate or not, I don't know.
True and
I
accurate.
think,
There's the point.
she's going to testify to what she did and and that's all I know for
Right.
sure.
Absolutely. Absolutely. On we go.
Walla acknowledged there were times she was not certain whether Allen was legitimately going through a mental health crisis or feigning psychotic behavior. Dr. Monica Walla had followed the Delphi case a year before Allen was arrested and followed the case more closely after Keegan Kline's name was brought up in connection to the case. She tried finding out details about Keegan Kline and used a case
This
manager
is interesting.
to her job to access information on him. She had
Hang on.
he was pre-sentenced.
So I spoke, but I want you to back it up a tiny bit so you can hear what she did, because I found that to be very odd for somebody in her position. But maybe, I don't know if she was as curious, like a crime buff curious. Do you know what I mean? Because this was before Allen was, arrested and stuff. You're muted.
Always. As you heard, it said that she followed the case, but followed it more closely when she realized that Keegan Kline's
Klein
name.
got arrested, yeah. But then she used her. So back up a little bit and listen to what she said.
Right. Okay, here we go again. Welcome, Fair Maiden Wins. Good to see you.
Made by Richard Allen, which was around about 150 to 170 hours worth of phone calls. Harshman also said that investigators were looking into some of his daughter's friends because of some of the claims Richard Allen had told inmates through his incriminating statements. Prosecutor attorney Stacey Diener referred to Walla's notes in which she questioned whether Allen was purposefully behaving bizarrely. Walla acknowledged there were times she was not certain whether Allen was legitimately going through a mental health crisis or feigning psychotic behavior. Dr. Monica Walla had followed the Delphi case a year before Allen was arrested and followed the case more closely after Keegan Kline's name was brought up in connection to the case. She tried finding out details about Keegan Kline and used a case management system through her job to access information on him. She had
So do you think that's on the up and up, or do you think that's something that's a little sideways?
You shouldn't do that.
Not at all. Not at all. So that's why I'm
It's
asking.
a little unethical.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. So that's all. I mean, I don't know if it means anything.
It's a little bit interesting. I'll say that much.
to his pre-sentencing report, which was full of all types of personal information about Keegan that wasn't intended for the public to view. She had also followed many pro-defense YouTubers and told Richard Allen that he had many followers supporting him who believed in his innocence. She told him to only speak to his lawyers. Dr. Monica Walla said that she found information about Richard Allen having major depressive disorder and dependent personality disorder from records from 2019. He has apparently suffered from depression and anxiety his whole life, which millions upon millions of people do suffer from. She prescribed him Haldol, which is an antipsychotic medication for people suffering from symptoms from mental health disorders, such as schizophrenia and bipolar disorder. I think psychiatry and psychology are soft sciences, and there's pseudoscientific elements to them. They both have their merits and are valuable to some extent, especially when it comes to child psychology. A brain scan might show if someone is depressed, but might not show if the person has psychiatric comorbidities. You could tell a psychiatrist you hear voices, but you could be lying, and you would still be diagnosed with something like schizophrenia or schizoaffective disorder. You could go and tell a psychiatrist in another appointment you were just anxious, and you might be diagnosed with an anxiety disorder. I think Rick Allen may have been suffering from acute psychosis, but psychosis doesn't stay at 10 strength for a month straight, and it does gradually improve with sleep. Rick Allen wouldn't have stayed in a period of complete psychosis for 1 month straight. He could have still been malingering and also suffered from psychosis. Dr. Monica Walla testified that normal Department of Corrections rules says someone with his mental health issues should only be in solitary for 30 days straight, but he was in solitary for 12 times that. It was claimed they got around those rules because he technically wasn't incarcerated and he was just in the safekeeping.
What?
She said other inmates.
He technically wasn't incarcerated. So is he free to come and go?
No, he wasn't.
Is he pleased?
No, this is ridiculous.
Um,
He should have been. Here's the thing: they should have had him in a medical unit. Period. If that was the case, they should have taken him directly to a medical unit and kept him there.
well, if the rule is 30 days tops with this condition, and you're 12 times that.
Yeah,
But the reason they did that was because you technically aren't incarcerated. Well, shit, y'all took him to that prison because you couldn't house him at the county jail. So
it sounds like they were trying to break him or something to make him do.
Well, with statements like that, I'm sorry, I'm about to throw some shade at their asses. That's ridiculous.
100%. I do agree. Hey, Gentrex, good to see you tonight. That's a good question. I don't know if Richard Allen was on medication before he was arrested. That would be something good to know because it would help.
Apparently he was. He's apparently battled
depression.
According to court documents since he was 25 years old.
Okay.
And at one point, there was law enforcement called to his home one time prior. There's nothing on Richard Allen except this one incident. And I don't know what this means. Well, nobody really knows. So the police were called to his home one night. He had been allegedly drinking. There was an issue between him and his wife, Kathy, but nobody went to jail. The cops left, and then he, again, I think went and did a couple of days and got stabilized. That's what has been reported.
Right.
And then after that, he's, been treated for depression on and off since then.
Yeah.
Like many, many people.
Right. Okay. So Murder Candy said psychologist here, and you don't prescribe Halidol for depression and anxiety.
No. When I heard the Halidol, I hear that because when I heard the Halidol, I was like, wow, okay.
That doesn't make sense to me.
I see you. Mm-hmm.
Right.
Well, strong there, but if she thinks she sees major psychosis presenting, she probably would prescribe Halidol.
Maybe
major psychosis. I didn't say mild, major. And he was experiencing major. If you're eating your feces and you're washing your face in toilet water,
that's definitely
Now, I'm not saying he wasn't
faking it.
No, that there wasn't things causing him to do that she wasn't aware of.
That's what I'm saying.
But so she's just seeing these behaviors.
And she's trying to treat it because that's what she does.
He is in full-blown psychosis. Yeah, you might treat him with Halidol.
I agree. Not as a regular, though. You're right, Avery.
No, it would not be a long-term. No. It's just to get you stabilized, right?
Yeah.
We need to get you stabilized. That's the name of the game.
Right. Absolutely. Makes sense. So, yes, on we go. This is interesting. I like this, Salty.
That's what yelled at him to kill himself and that he was a baby killer. Allen told his family he felt like he was being mentally tortured. The prosecution said his mental health was properly treated and got better with medication. Indiana State Police Detective Brian Harshman, in his testimony, said Allen was being treated better than all the other inmates. The prosecution refuted the defense's claims that the inmates and prison guards were actors and had forced Allen to confess. Dr. Monica Wallace said she talked to Richard Allen about what his background was, and she said he was married, had one daughter, made good financial decisions. Rick was very proud of owning his own home. He owned 2 vehicles and worked at the CVS in Delphi. Allen's defense team argued that Allen had been coerced by prison guards to confess, but his confessions came after he found God in March 2023. How many people is needed to make someone confess? I just don't get their logic, and I think they're just spinning things to try to fit their narrative and change their strategy when Allen made all these incriminating statements after reading pages from discovery. I bet Allen's attorneys wished Rick Allen had said nothing, because it has now become an uphill struggle for them, and now they need to jump over more hurdles. I find their strategy quite predictable because I assumed they'd try to resort back to the mental health excuse if the Odinist guard coercion strategy didn't work. I think they've tried to blend together his mental health issues with the Odinist guard coercion strategy, and I think they've added too much complexity for a juror to believe what they're selling if the trial still occurs. At the start of day 2, Allen's defense withdrew their motion to suppress second statement that was filed on April 15th to throw out his second interview, which he made to Lieutenant Jerry Holman on October 26th, 2022. The biggest revelation from the second day of the pretrial hearing was when Indiana State Police Lieutenant Jerry Holman revealed that Richard Allen had told an inmate that he used a box cutter, which is a utility knife, that he had been issued at CVS to kill Libby and Abby. Lieutenant Jerry Holman went to check the dumpsters at the back of CVS years after the murders occurred, and the item was long gone and had been disposed of.
No shit.
On day 3 of the pretrial hearing, Judge Francis Gull agreed to remove the safekeeping order, and Richard Allen would be allowed to move from Wabash Valley Correctional Facility to a county jail, where he can stay until his trial. Allen was given back to the custody of the Carroll County Sheriff's Office. The Carroll County Sheriff would not say where he would be housed, but earlier in the week, he said he talked with Cass County Sheriff's Office about housing him in Cass County. The defense's expert, Dr. Dawn Perlmutter, director of the Symbol Intelligence Group, who claims to be an expert in ritualistic crimes, testified that she strongly believed the supposed F blood mark on the tree was a rune, and the sticks on the girls' bodies represented a rune. She had looked at the crime scene photos, a presentation of Facebook posts from suspected Odinists, and said she thought the crime scene had all the characteristics of a textbook ritualistic murder. She pointed out the stick arrangements on the girls' bodies were Norse runes. She claimed, because of the way the girls' bodies were arranged, that they were killed in a small clearing in the woods, given Odinists' connection with nature. Dawn Perlmutter also claimed February 14th is a sun-up to sundown Odinistic ritual holiday. Valisblot, or Feast of Valley, is Valentine's Day in Norse mythology. The girls were murdered on February 13th and not on Valentine's Day. She also claimed that a ceremonial knife was used and supposedly claimed that the knife was serrated. Prosecutor Nick McClelland asked her, would she change her mind on her theory if she found out the object used to kill the girls was a box cutter? Dawn Perlmutter responded and said no. He also asked her if she would change her mind if she found out Allen made a statement that the branches were there and he tried to cover the bodies with them. Would that change your mind? Perlmutter said no. The prosecutor noted that Dawn Perlmutter was paid to testify and has no official blood splatter training. Prosecutor Nick McClelland also pointed out that Dawn Perlmutter made a court TV appearance on September 2023 and claimed the crime scene was a ritualistic murder before she'd had seen photos of the crime scene that the defense team were preparing for trial. He also questioned why Odinists, who Perlmutter placed among white supremacist groups, would pick 2 white girls to murder. Prosecutor Nick McClelland also asked Perlmutter if she would change her mind if Allen admitted the crime had sexually motivated intentions, but they ended up having to kill the victim. Perlmutter said it wouldn't. Dr. Dawn Perlmutter has been used in 3 other criminal cases and has been deemed a vexatious litigant after she had filed a long line of frivolous lawsuits in a battle over her late mother's estate. She also considered herself an expert on Antifa because she reads their texts. LaPorte County Sheriff's Office crime scene, investigator Major Patrick Cicero, who is a bloodstain pattern expert, testified how the blood was found at the crime scene and how it explained how Libby and Abby were killed. He said that based on his analysis of the crime scene photos and documentation, Abby Williams was killed while lying down. He testified that Libby German had been cut 3 times in the neck and at some point after being cut was standing and eventually sat down based on the patterns of blood found. He believed the blood mark on the tree was from the side of her hand and her pinky finger. Abby didn't move after she was stabbed in the heart, and Cicero believes she was wearing Libby's sweater and was
Hold on.
asleep when she died.
So the side of the hand and the pinky only going up against the tree.
Like this, just like, yeah, like
With your
that.
pinky bent to make the F. Bend it, not, no, at the joint, Dago. What do you call it? Like
The knuckle?
straight, yeah. I forgot what it was called. You know what I mean? It was kind of, I don't know. Mr. Steve, remember he was doing that.
Yeah, right.
That's what he was doing. Just see if that would, we'll have to review that when we get into that stuff. Yeah. Okay.
Something that I just caught, though.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Abby was stabbed in the heart, they said, and didn't move again after that. And that was the end of that scenario. And then Libby was cut 3 times in her neck, and then we know she was cut down in her carotid artery as well. So that, to me, I may be wrong, but I'm guessing that
Trigger
Libby,
warning.
Yeah, definitely.
Or adult content.
All of it.
I don't know.
At the same time. There's the trigger warning at the bottom of the screen. Anyway, I'm guessing that based on knowing that,
Mm-hmm.
that Libby may have been the sacrificial situation, and that was that. Because with Abby, it was just one and done.
They were very different.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, and we know that. Well, we don't know, but we think we understand the Idaho crime scene. It was a little different for a couple of the people, so it appears to be the same way here.
Agreed.
A very different. Each one were treated differently,
but
and harmed differently, or a little more.
I can't
brutal
see
than the other. I don't know if that's the right word.
And here's my problem. If this was just a standard murder, okay, why would you go different with both of them? Why would you just not do it, be done, and move along? That's why I'm thinking, this whole.
Well, okay, so if you got them down there and you got them there because you had the gun guys down the hill, that you get over there though, and for some reason that gun's not working, you spin that bullet comes out. I don't know what you do. I don't know. So, because I'm like trying to picture it from the prosecution's standpoint, right? So then you got your knife or your box cutter. If one is one and done real quick, maybe that other one's giving you a hard time. And apparently she got up and walked around for a few minutes. So why did it take so many tries? Was it because it was a box cutter? I don't know. It's odd. But they were treated very differently, in my opinion. You're right. Uh-oh. What do you guys think?
God, sorry. Knowing what we know about the Odinism angle, that's what's making me think on it like that. If we took the Odinism thing completely out of it, okay, it didn't even exist. It's not even a thought. They were completely differently handled, which is weird to me. So
I don't know enough about Kathy Allen, and I've not heard anything negative anywhere about her in all these Delphi streets. Like really nothing. So I don't know. I don't really have an opinion on Kathy Allen.
I don't know her either. At all, really. I don't know. It just
who knows, right? Who knows? People think your spouse, but hey, we got serial killers out there married with families that they didn't even damn well know they were out there being serial killers.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know. I hope I would know.
Abby was the
heavier one.
Yeah, that's
and Libby. I'm sorry, Libby was the heavier set girl, and Abby was the taller, a little more thin.
and I hate saying it, the bigger girl was the one that was dating Holder's son. Yes.
No.
Or no, backward. You got me backwards now.
Abby, the taller,
Abby.
thin, red hair, was dating Holder's son.
There you go. Sorry.
Mhm.
Flipping him around. I don't know why. Thank you, Doodle. Harbinger was one was the target, the other was trying to help her fight back. I don't know, you guys. It really
I believe that may have been the case. Maybe opinion only, but I agree with that opinion as well.
yeah.
Or possible theory, whatever you want to call it.
Hey Leslie, good to see you. It very well could be a ritualistic thing. It's just I'm trying to keep that out of it.
You know, they honestly believed that it could, and honestly, because there was a weird crime scene. They didn't know what it meant. Somebody tipped them off that there's some weird guys in town that might like to do things in these woods. Go check them out, I guess. And they did. And they claim these guys are cleared. Nothing to tie them to this scene or at all. They were at work or had alibis and things. And those were the guys that absolutely had ties to Odinist. And they admit it. So, I mean, you know, were they thoroughly cleared? And this is just smoke and mirrors now that the defense saw in the discovery and like, well, y'all investigated this and nothing came of that, really? Well, let me just see here. Do you know what I mean? It could
absolutely
be that. We're learning more because we're finally getting some hearings. Y'all don't understand. These 3 days worth of hearings were such a huge deal in a marathon session because this judge is literally denied every hearing the defense has ever asked for, basically.
Everything.
Almost everything. They've been asking for a long time to move Richard Allen out of prison to a county jail where he's at right now, who offered to take him a long time ago. So when he was having psychosis in these prisons and you got Odinistic guards guarding him that were literally not them, but those people with those ties were investigated, why not pluck him out of that prison and go put him in that county jail where they claimed they could take care of him until trial? Why wait till right now after all this time and all this psychosis and all these confessions? I don't.
Why would you take the chance
That's why I have questions. That's why I just like, I don't.
Yeah,
that doesn't make any sense to me.
Why would you take the chance of the state having to deal with lawsuit or
right? Like,
you know, any of that, truly.
Well, you know, if you throw in that much shade on my prison and I'm the warden, I'm like, please get this dude out of here. Take him on down there to county. Get him the hell out of here.
Right.
Because the warden had Odinist working in his prison and he was aware of it.
Sure was. What's up, Madam Mom?
Anyway, sorry. I digress now.
You're good. You're good. On we go.
Major Cicero testified that the position of Libby's body suggested that she'd been dragged by one arm about 7 to 8 feet to where the killer eventually left her. How Libby was positioned was more about how she'd been moved than some sort of staging. Crime scene investigator Major Patrick Cicero testified on day 3
I agree, Joe.
of the pre-trial hearing and said that he thought the mark on the tree looked like an upside-down L and that the mark was 3.
Okay, Jacob, pause it right there. So there's 2 lines coming off the longer vertical line.
See, that's what I was saying. This guy is.
So is that a finger and a pinky bent? How do I explain that other line? Drips, because I saw somebody explain it as drips. So
I don't know.
There's no telling. I don't think it's painted. You know what I'm saying? But
I don't either. But this guy is blind because I very clearly see one here.
Just because it resembles an F doesn't mean it is.
Right. That's exactly it. But there's definitely markings here.
Yeah. Huh.
He tried to say that there was nothing here, but there is.
Well, no, he's testifying that it's an upside down L now. And what Joe, like this guy just came on scene, 2023, was that it? Joe knows a little bit more about that. I can't remember what he said the other night when we were talking about it. But yeah, they
Right.
are when he testified over the 3-day hearing, he was saying he was referring to it as an upside down L.
Yep.
So
It
now
gets-
it's not an F. Excuse me, my voice. It's not an F now, it's an L upside down.
I
I think it's a strange print on a tree
you
in
definitely
blood. Whose is it? That's all I need to know.
right.
I don't think this shape of this blood splatter is going to make any difference to me if I convict or let this dude walk. I really don't.
This is
I
I
mean,
think that this is a real one, Joe, I believe.
I think it is, Joe. I have this is a pretty good shot right here because I got an image today that really showed it well. But this is a pretty good.
And I pulled one last night that was
Yeah, we reviewed last night as well. But this is allegedly the actual F from the tree.
and guys, remember something I said last night. When I was looking at this, I came to the conclusion. I'm looking at the bark on the tree. There's a grand possibility that pieces of this, if something touched this tree or was pushed against this tree or rubbed against this or anything like that, that a piece of this bark could have fallen off and hit the ground and landed in that pool of blood. You're not going to know what the hell that was or wasn't. So there could be pieces of this missing too. It could be something completely different than what we're looking at is all I'm saying. And there's a smudge over here too, by the way. Okay. I just now saw that. I think that's a smudge, isn't it? Over here? Or is that another piece of the tree? It looks like this over here, but
Terry, they said in the documents, if I'm not mistaken, in the hearings, I think we talked about this. Joe, was it with you? They're saying possibly 2 to 6 people. And it's like they always said there was others involved. Their own
right.
officers say that. ISP said that. Even after Richard Allen was arrested, they continue to say ongoing investigation. Continue with your tips, as if there was someone else they were looking for. Why? Because you got 2 sketches out there, and they're 2 different people. So you know there's 2 people, right?
Uh-huh.
Now we know there's 2 people. If we're critically thinking and paying attention.
Agreed. Absolutely.
And you got some DNA, and I don't think it's Richard Allen's, so.
I'm there with you on that for sure. I'm just saying, you guys,
It's so much to think about. You know, it could go either way, Terry. I don't know. There was another comment. And Anthony, I don't know. See, if you're a family member, like a daughter, and your dad's accused of something like that, would you feel comfortable speaking out either way, even if you defended him or didn't?
Mm-hmm.
Or you want all that attention, all that media?
Oh, yeah, right.
There's
Negative.
a lot of harassment, unfortunately, to go. You know what I'm saying? We're all they get tore to pieces online if they even speak and make a post, do an interview. It's bad. It gets bad. I feel it's bad for families. It's happened to Libby and Abby's family.
Yep.
There's been accusations leveled against these families that I'm not going to cover or talk about because it's nonsense.
Yes, ma'am.
So I don't know. I don't know if how I feel about his daughter. I know nothing about her or the wife.
Yeah, right.
They remain very private. I know the wife attends the hearings. I do know that.
Mm-hmm.
ISP said 2 to 6 people were always believed to be involved. They testified to that on Thursday. Now, who is your head of ISP, Mr. Doug Carter? So if his agency believes there's 2 to 6 people, I need to review some of his interviews, which we will, because they're interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Not interviews, his press conferences. They're very interesting.
Yes.
Whole other show.
2 to 6 people. And I'm just saying.
Heard their testimony, right?
I can't argue that. I really can't. No, yeah, right. And here's the thing. There's multiple things in this whole thing. As much as I've personally tried to pull the Odinistic side to this out of it, okay, just to see how it looks without it. it keeps taking me back to it with the certain things that are involved in this. A ritualistic situation would involve multiple people, 2 to 6 people. We have this, whatever this is on the tree. It could be something that maybe not, it's not, but there's other things that keep going back to this. Okay.
You're right. And that's so true. And others involved doesn't mean at the crime scene, the other actor could have lured them there. And that's true as well.
Very true. That's a good point.
Both sides, but it could be, so we don't know yet. But that's that right there is a perfect example. It could be either or. We don't know yet.
Yep. That's it. But like I said, that's why I'm trying to look at this in different ways, because I'm trying to see it from a different angle, a different type of a murder. And it keeps taking us back.
Yeah, I don't know that Odinism is to blame for what went down out there.
Exactly.
I know it was investigated.
Yep.
By.
Thank you guys for getting us 100 likes. God bless.
I know there were guards that work at that prison who were Odinist.
Mm-hmm. And I also remember hearing an attorney that was a defense attorney talk about seeing it all over the town, seeing it on people's vehicles and so on and so forth. And
it was scary.
Very real, and it scared the hell out of him.
But I don't know that it's involved in any kind of way.
Right.
Got to get to court, man, but we're over there in the dark in Delphi. The darkness in Delphi. Why? Why can't we turn on a damn light?
Yep. Well, I don't know so much that's what that is. Now, yeah, that's a touchy subject, because here's the thing. If it's Odin, it's not true Odinism. That's the thing, Avery.
Well, no,
it's based on
I think she gets that because she clearly says white people. Okay,
but here's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, you're right. Here's what I'm trying to say about that is white supremacist. You can still be white and they still don't like you for other reasons.
For various reasons. And there's been alleged reasons. So we're not, I don't really want to.
I'm not going into that deeply. I'm just explaining what
Yeah, I understand. You're good. You're good. I was just thinking out loud. You know me.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But there's other things even with that, Avery, is what I'm saying. But I know what you're saying.
It's touchy, and it involves something that's private to the families, and I don't want to nothing to do with the girls. It's not like that. It's not that. But I understand what you're saying clearly, because it is, they do, this particular brand of Odinism incorporates their white supremacy. Okay, so it is very much a valid thing in Indiana and Idaho, come to find out. And Taylor's new client's a member of the Aryan Nation prison gang.
Yeah, everywhere. It's everywhere,
so
right?
It's everywhere, right? So
and yes, and you're right, though. That's the thing. You're right. If you're gonna go with, that's one thing that needs to be understood.
It's true. This
is not Odinism. Okay, I hate that they even call it that. It's not Odinism by any means whatsoever. It's heathenism, is what it actually is, which is a slight variation of this, and they took it and turned it into a big, messy, nasty thing. So that's why it's different than what Odinism.
There's many branches of what the Odinists are more in the prison gangs, and there's also a group like the Heathens of Indiana. Holder was a member of the Heathens of Indiana.
Right.
The other guy, they're as a true. And these are very real things they're a part of, and they don't hide it.
Nope.
And we're going to bring you things that show you that through the process of this story. But so yeah, it's all valid stuff. But is it? Amber testified directly on cross that a true Odinist would never hurt a woman or child. Right. But we all know that evil people will and have committed evil acts in the name of religion, and this is true. Also, another option is, what if people who didn't quite know what they were doing, understand what they were doing, or didn't care, got sideways and did something they shouldn't have done?
Yeah, very much so.
And that's something the others wouldn't have done. The elders, maybe, or
and that could be.
I don't. We don't know. So there's many possibilities I think that could have happened, and I think that stumped them for years because it was a bizarre crime scene from the get-go, and they knew it all along.
So let's say, for instance, guys, that, and there's nothing wrong with this, that there's an Odinistic element, that true Odinists, okay, like what you're talking about, wouldn't harm children or women, and they practice what they practice, and respectfully, okay, the way it's supposed to be. And you got a couple younger kids maybe that are kind of like doing stuff their own way, screwing it up, and made a mess of it, and it makes it look bad. So this is too loud. This is too noisy. This needs to be kept quiet because it's going to make us all look bad then. Okay?
It could be something like that.
That's what I'm trying to explain.
Mm-hmm.
Because if it's a lifestyle that's been going on for a long time, and it's something protected and respected, and they're proud of it, and I respect that wholeheartedly, and you got a couple people that come in and mess it all up, it needs to be kept quiet because it's going to make the entire I don't even know what word to use, the entire group of them look horrible, and they don't want that. So again, there's good reason right there to keep it quiet, put it away, cover it up, hide it, whatever, considering who could possibly be involved in this group. Okay, that's what I'm saying by what I was thinking in some senses. Because that is a possibility. There's a lot of possibilities, and like Salty keeps saying, we just don't know. That's the problem.
Dago, I just sent you something in the Discord DM. This is interesting to me because this is a story I do follow and have for a long time, and so have a few others. This is Bill and Peggy Stevenson, okay?
Yeah, right.
The investigator in this case talks about the Delphi case and what he has to say, and what he had to say about Bill and I don't know that they're tied together.
Okay.
But what he says about their crime scene, and what I know about their crime scene, and what I know about Delphi's alleged crime scene and ties, but there's something specific he talks about between the two cases that just kind of floored me. I don't know what it is that he's talking about, something very specific, but the Delphi people didn't think it was tied to what he was talking about, but he seems to think it was.
No, I guess that.
And they're in Kentucky. Bill and Peggy were.
Yeah, I see Cincinnati was on it, so yes, absolutely, it's right there. Well, that's the next runner up after this, or do we need more of this, or do you guys want to jump on to the next one? Well, there's some other. Let's just. I'll speed this up a little bit, and then we'll jump to the next one because this has actually got some interesting points to it.
Inches, signs of flow after the blood moon trickled down the tree. Major Patrick Cicero said that he ran tests to see how the mark got there and used his own blood drawn by an Indiana State Police phlebotomist to conduct the test. He testified that he attempted to recreate the mark on the tree using a stick and then using his fingers. Each time he found that he had to reapply the blood on the rough bark several times to come close to the same effect. He said a 5'4" female test subject was able to make a similar upside-down L mark with the base of her palm on her left hand, turning her pinky finger up to reach the back of the tree. Major Patrick Cicero said Libby had blood on her hands after being cut and would have been in a similar position. Prosecutor Nick McClellan asked Cicero if he'd seen any other incidents where killers tried to conceal a crime with sticks, and he said that he'd seen other incidents where killers had tried to conceal the crime with sticks. Defense attorney Jennifer Jones-Alger asked him if he thought it was odd that the sticks covered maybe 3% of the girls' bodies and had been arranged in certain ways. Cicero acknowledged that the killer might not have done a very good job of concealing the crime. Rick Allen's defense team brought Indiana State Trooper Kevin Murphy testified that he thought there was an undeniable connection between Brad Holder, Patrick Westfall, Elvis Fields, Johnny Messer, and Rod Abrams, who he believed were a part of a Vinlander or Odinist group. Murphy testified that Elvis Fields told him in early 2018 if traces of his spit were found on one of the girls, but if he could explain why, would he still be in trouble? Murphy said he was stunned when he heard Elvis tell him this, and said he made a mistake that day with Elvis by not getting him back in the car, grabbing lunch with him, and finding out more information right away. Murphy said he immediately started to chase the lead and connect the dots between the men. Murphy said the working theory was based on the scene and timeline needed 2 or 3 people, or possibly 5 or 6, to pull the crime off, and the Odinist theory seemed to make sense to him. Murphy testified that the 2 investigators he was working with, FBI agent Greg Ferenczi, who passed away, and Rushville police investigator Todd Click, investigated these men and looked through their social media accounts and found out they seemed to know things no one else would know unless they were involved in the murders or they were there. Allen's attorney, Andrew Baldwin, had him compare the crime scene photos with Facebook posts by one of the men they were investigating. Murphy held the photos in his hands and wept. Baldwin said to him, "That's hard for you?" And Murphy said, "It sucks," wiping his eyes. Former Rushville police officer Todd Click testified that he worked with Kevin Murphy investigating the Rushville persons of interest of the investigation. Todd Click gave his theory on the crime at the Monon High Bridge and said he thought Libby and Abby had met the son of Brad Holder, Logan Holder, who dated one of the victims, Abby Williams, and found themselves at an Odinist ritual at the bridge and made fun of it, which angered the Odinists. So they then decided to kill the girls. Prosecutor Nick McClellan asked Click if it was fair to say Click's belief was just a theory. Click said that he had uncovered no direct evidence to tie any of the Odinist persons of interest to the crime. McClellan argued Brad Holder had an alibi and that Brad had clocked out at work from Liberty Landfill in Buffalo, Indiana, about half an hour north of Delphi, and checked in at a fitness center in Logansport at 4:08 p.m. He said investigators had cleared him from being at the Monon High Bridge Trail when the girls were killed between 2:30 p.m. and 3:30 p.m. Prosecutor Nick McClellan pressed Kevin Murphy, and he said that the Odinist leads didn't land on hard evidence and admitted to the prosecutor that he'd once said he thought Elvis Fields and his sisters had been playing him. Brad Holder's ex-wife, Amber Holder, also testified for the defense that when the girls died, she'd been married to Brad for a few months. She is an Odinist, and that Brad came from a very Christian family, and a few months after the marriage, he adopted the Odinist or Asatru religion. Amber Holder testified that the disagreement which Brad Holder and Patrick Westfall had in the woods about doing sacrifices that had put strain on their relationship was not about the Delphi murders, which was opposite to what Allen's defense attorneys put in their Franks motion when they claimed the disagreement was about Delphi. She also said that Brad Holder told her that Patrick Westfall had killed Libby and Abby and that she needed to keep her mouth shut. She said Brad Holder would get drunk and says things which may not have been true. Indiana State Police Detective David Vito testified claiming Keegan Kline and his father, Jerry Kline, better known as Tony,
Hey, there you go.
placed in Delphi and at the Monon.
Do you think that's why Westfall got looked into? Was because of statements like that?
Absolutely. Why? Yes, ma'am.
Whether they were true or not, right?
Oh, sure.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Very interesting, though. Very interesting.
Westfall had killed Libby and Abby and that she needed to keep her mouth shut. She said Brad Holder would get drunk and says things which may not have been true. Indiana State Police Detective David Vito testified claiming Keegan Kline and his father, Jerry Kline, better known as Tony Kline, could not be placed in Delphi and at the Monon High Bridge Trail on February 13, 2017, on the day the girls were murdered. He said that Keegan Kline was communicating with Liberty German through his Anthony Shots catfish account. Vito said that it was also possible Tony Kline was also using the Anthony Shots account to communicate with Libby, and that he suspected him of looking at child sex abuse material. He said one of Keegan Kline.
Hey, Sleuth. She said that the defense said that they got divorced because of Delphi, and that's not true. Gotta love that. Gotta love it. Thanks for catching it, Sleuth.
I will. Okay, so hey, that's what I'm, because I'm reviewing a few different things, right? Of people who are coming out with things from these hearings. So, Sleuthy, did I get this right? Did Rick Allen in the defense put in to get the transcripts for these hearings? Is that what just occurred? So, if they get them, will we get them, or do we still got to pay for them? Sorry, Dave, I didn't mean to sidetrack, but welcome, Sleuthy.
No, it's okay.
Wonder why I said that. Whose video is this? I can't remember, Sleuthy. I sent it to Dago earlier. I'll have to tell you. I don't remember.
It's the Inquisitor True Crime.
Oh yeah, that's right. It was on my feed, so I checked it out, and I was like, okay. And he went through the motion hearings that were scheduled, and so far, most of what he has said matches what the other stuff I've reviewed. But then there are certain things that are not what I've also heard. So
Right.
you'll have to pay, but less. Oh, okay. Update information.
Less is better.
God, yes, it's astronomical before.
I know. It's crazy.
I was going to try to win the lottery so I could get them.
There you go. There you go. That's the plan, folks. All right. On we go.
With a firearm which was never recovered, and the firearm was a Smith & Wesson .40 caliber handgun, and that the unspent round at the murder scene was also a .40 caliber. Vito talked about the child sex abuse material, which was connected to Keegan Kline, and that Keegan did not have an alibi for the day of the murders and kept changing his story. He said the investigators were able to prove Keegan Kline's phone was being used at his home on Canal Street in Peru, Indiana, at the time of the murders, and his father's phone was also being used at the home at the time the murders occurred. Allen's attorney, Bradley Rosie, asked David Vito if he thought Tony Kline was involved in the murders, and Vito replied and said, yes. And Rosie brought up Tony Kline's violent history and his history of abuse towards women. Detective Vito said that on August 21st, 2020, he interviewed Tony Kline, and that he was aware that he had a history of violence and had assaulted a child, shoving the boy's head on the toilet, and had pointed a gun at Keegan Kline's mother. Vito also revealed he had an interview with Keegan Kline at Grissom Air Force Base in 2022, and Keegan Kline told him the red Jeep story, which could not be proven and was untrue. The story Keegan told led Indiana State Police to search the Wabash River in Peru, Indiana for 5 weeks from August to September 2022. Vito said they did not find any phone or knife Keegan said was thrown in the river. Vito said the searchers found lots of phones, but none of the phones were Keegan's. He said they checked traffic camera footage along the route by the river that Keegan told him he and his father took, and no red Jeep appeared on the footage. Attorney Rosie said that there was never any evidence to tie Keegan Kline to the murders of Libby and Abby. Detective Vito said that the investigators have not been able to prove that there was ever a connection between Rick Allen and the Klines, and that there was no digital evidence of a connection between them. Indiana State Police Sergeant Chris Cecil testified that new tests were being done on Libby German's phone, the one she used to record the man known as Bridge Guy, walking across the Monon High Bridge and telling her and Abby to go down the hill. Sergeant Cecil said technology is more advanced now than it was in 2019, the last time it was checked for data. He said the GPS on the video started across town by the high school, but it was just a lag and it immediately switched over to the bridge, so the location data was off. He said that the Bridge Guy video started at 2:13:51 seconds and ended at 2:14:35 seconds. He said her phone died.
Hold on. So every time technology advances, they're changing this phone's data?
I mean, that's what it sounds like.
I'm sorry, I had a truck coming by and I didn't click mute because I was looking at chat and I couldn't do it.
You're right.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
I'm just curiosity killed the cat sometimes, but I can't help myself.
No, that's what it sounded like.
Yeah, Anthony, I saw that you're right. There are 2 great Westfall interviews on that channel. We'll review. And as far as an alibi for Richard Allen, I think he gave himself up by saying he was there that day, taking a walk on the bridge, looking at the stock ticker and the fish.
Right.
That was his alibi, I think. Then he went home, I think.
Yep.
I'll have to review the documents to make sure. All right. Go ahead, Diggo.
Alrighty.
Up briefly at the hearing, and all that was said about him was that he wore a similar jacket and that he had his home searched. I don't think there's a way out for Richard Allen. I don't think he will be found innocent with the 4 charges he faces. The defense have argued about the chain of custody of the unspent round. They also brought up that there's no time of death. I think what they want people to believe is that
they definitely want him
to hang Abby upside down from a tree and drain her of her blood to save for a future ritual. The girls were then taken from the scene and murdered. The girls were then returned to the scene overnight. The defense also wants people to believe that the girls were killed at the scene during this Odin ritual, which was orchestrated by Brad Holder, despite him not being physically there. They want you to believe that the killers returned to the scene shortly after 4:30 a.m. on February 14th to turn on Libby's phone, let it connect to the tower, then turn back off, and put in a shoe underneath one of the bodies. I don't believe there's ever been a murder where the killer has moved a body to a new location from where they were murdered and then taken back to the original murder location. It sounds absurd because it is. The cabin or shack theory also never made sense because of the locations, distances, and direction of the cabin and outbuildings from where the bodies were found. The owners of the outbuildings and the cabin said in no way, shape, or form were they used for the murders. So that theory is bunk. Some people have said that no ritual sacrifice murders have happened in America ever. The killers of 15-year-old Elise Poller, who was murdered in July 1995, lured her to a remote location and stabbed her to death as a sacrifice to Satan, believing that murdering her would improve their death metal playing. I think 1 or 2 murders which were ritual sacrifices in America doesn't really make it a thing, and something that you could really become an expert from. I think common sense and logic will prevail. If the Bridge Guy video was taken at 2:13 p.m. or around that time and can be proven with the metadata and witness accounts corroborating the law enforcement timeline, then it shouldn't be ignored. I know some people think the hat Bridge Guy is wearing is like a greenish beanie or knit hat. I don't agree, and I think it's just a brown fitted cap with a small bill, which they took from Allen's home. Bridge Guy looks nothing like Johnny Messer, who had like a sideburn beard look back in 2017. Brad Holder had a super thick beard on February 13th, 2017. Patrick Westfall is 6'5", and nobody described a man being that
super.
tall.
Okay, let me.
Fields and pictures seems to be off.
That didn't do nothing to convince me.
No, Not at
who
all.
bridge guy was or wasn't. That made me more. Damn, Mr. Steve. Mr. Steve never did come up. He must have got busy.
Right.
I'm gonna find that video he did where we went over one night about when we did the frame thing I was telling you about.
Mm-hmm.
And we got like we all took a vote, right? And I had saved the one I liked the best, but I don't know where it's at. I'm like Sleuthy. I got too much shit on these phones, and I got too
Right.
many of those. But
Right.
yeah, don't come to me about my phones. But I that's interesting because there's apparently something around this bridge guy's neck,
Mm-hmm.
so you can't see if they're in the way he holds his head when he's walking. Can you tell if there's a beard or not?
I
Did Richard Allen have the goatee back then? I can't recall, you guys. I'll have to go back and look at the damn pictures.
I think this picture was supposed to be him back then.
Oh, and people claim that he changed his looks on purpose over the 5-year period. Now, don't you normally you kind of age every 5 years or so, you're going to
Absolutely.
change depending on how you take care of yourself, what you do in life. But I've heard it stated that he was purposely out there gaining and losing weight and growing the beard,
Yeah.
not having the beard. And I'm like, oh, okay, but he still has to talk to people.
Mm-hmm.
Guys down the hill. Here's your medication. Do you have any questions? To every
Right.
person in town that had a prescription. I mean, come on.
Yeah,
I'm
and then
sorry. I shouldn't say that because that makes me sound like I'm swayed, but I'm not. I promise you. I just find it hard to believe. Let me put it that way.
Sleuthy says like a big old scarf that would have covered the entire full beard. Which, yeah, you can definitely tell that there's something around his neck. But was it a mask that was pulled down? Maybe.
Well, it could have been. I know what you're talking about. The kind that pull up.
Uh-huh.
And then you can pull them down. Very well could have, because it's Indiana. It's February. Yes, it was a mild day. Some say, well, this guy's overdressed for that day. Really, it's maybe he's cold natured. I am.
Yeah, because the sun's
I
out.
get it. It was for their day. That was a nice, mild winter day. It really was. But still, you don't. Maybe it's like Florida. We don't know. If it might come fall. I might go out there and it's freezing in the morning, but damn, by noon I'm burning up here in a few months, right? So sometimes you don't know with your bipolar ass weather. Maybe he was just prepared. I'm nothing if not prepared. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
Right. That's a good point too. Sleuthy says we don't know if Bridge Guy had multiple on. He could have been really skinny too. So absolutely.
That's true. If you want to hide or conceal yourself, what better way to do it? Like I'm super thin by nature. If I want, I can layer up. I can go get me one of the fake pregnancy bellies.
He does look like he's got stick legs too.
My mind is like a criminal's. That shouldn't be like that. Don't tell me murder suits don't exist.
Right.
I can probably put together a good one.
I'm sure.
Researching certain individuals taught me a lot. Damn.
Right.
Whole other stream. Sorry, got sidetracked, guys.
All right, that's okay. Let me scoot this on and get done and put that other one on because I want to see that other one really bad.
Yes, because going back to this, they're saying that these rituals don't exist. If you ever watch Dateline, and I've seen it on there so many times, in the middle of the night, I wake up, Dateline's on, like we were talking about earlier, and damn if this story's not on. And I know that voice because it's that damn sheriff that we no longer have, thank God.
Right.
But the story's out of Pensacola, Florida, and this ritualistic killing. And this man, although it was his mother and his two half-brothers, he did murder them in their home in Pensacola, Florida. He staged the scene, and it was ritualistic, and he was a Wiccan, okay? Not throwing shade at Wiccans, please,
Right.
It's not that. But that's what he did. He's in prison now, okay? But it was a big deal. The sheriff had to come out and talk about it, and they didn't want to scare the community and say, we have witchcraft going on. This was a ritual killing. They really didn't want that out there. But we had a couple of good, tough reporters back then that got it out there, right? So then when we show the next story, Bill and Peggy, you'll also see that this does happen. So, but go ahead. Did he step away? My ex-husband could put on 25 pounds in winter just by wearing 2 t-shirts and a long sleeve and a sweatshirt and a jacket, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yes,
No,
Mr. Steve, if you would still love to come, we would love to have you.
absolutely, sir.
We do have we have a overwhelming question we'd like to ask.
All right, I'm gonna hit this and let it finish up.
And it shouldn't be ignored.
Thank
I
you,
know some
Doodle.
think the hat bridge guy is wearing is like a greenish beanie or knit hat. I don't agree, and I think it's just a brown fitted cap with a small bill, which they took from Allen's home. Bridge guy looks nothing like Johnny Messer, who had like a sideburn beard look back in 2017. Brad Holder had a super thick beard on February 13th, 2017. Patrick Westfall is 6'5", and nobody described a man being that tall before the girls were kidnapped. Elvis Fields in pictures seems to be often clean-shaven with a smaller build width-wise than the man in the video. Richard Allen places himself there.
There you
That
go.
originally told conservation officer Dan Doolin.
Yes.
Taller person would be more level with. Okay.
Absolutely.
All right, go ahead.
All righty.
And in 2017, that he passed 3 girls. I heard he told Dan Doolin that information either the day after the girls were found or on February 25th, 2017, but I've never been able to completely confirm that. I think the Hoosier Harvest Store camera footage is not a clear recording, and the vehicle is seen on the camera at a distance. If the color of the vehicle seen in the recording matches Allen's, then putting everything together with all the information and the totality of the circumstantial evidence, then I can't really see how he can get off, even without...
So are they saying they do have a recording from this building?
Yeah, I believe that they think it looks like the Ford Focus.
Well, Sleuthy and I have talked about this damn building and possible camera, and do they see the guy walking by and stuff? But okay, so all right. Well, I'd like to see all their footage.
Oh, right.
Along with his numerous confessions, revealing information in those confessions that only the killer could have known. The environment being in the damp woods with a river flowing would have played a problematic role for crime scene to acquire DNA because of the higher chance of
The
contamination.
shoe, the Nike. So that's Abby's shoe in the water.
Right there.
Williams, one of the searchers who claimed he searched in the area where the girls were found, is being completely honest, or he was simply mistaken. I think the darkness of the evening played a factor considering where the girls were found. Allen's defense claimed that the 2 photos taken through Liberty German, one of Abigail Williams on the bridge and one of just a bridge with nobody on it, were not found on Liberty German's phone. The Snapchat photos, according to KS, who was a searcher, said those 2 photos were the last photos taken by Liberty German, which were posted from her Snapchat and was seen by KS at 2:07 p.m. Former Indiana State Police Sergeant Kim Riley was asked about the Snapchat photo of Abigail Williams, and he said because it's Snapchat, there is no timestamp on it, so they were not sure of the exact time. He said the investigators know that it was after the time that they were let off, but the exact time, we do not have that. Brad Heath, who has helped bring positive attention to the case, told Gray Hughes investigates sometime, possibly in 2019, that he saw an older model car parked in or nearby the CPS building, but it seemed like he was confused about the day he saw that vehicle because he said he saw the vehicle on either Saturday or Sunday and did not mention Monday, February 13th, 2017, when the girls were murdered. He had been working near the Monon High Bridge doing pest control work. There was actually an older vehicle similar to what Betsy Blair described at the Monon High Bridge on February 13th, 2017, and the person who drove that has nothing to do with the crime and was never a person of interest or a suspect. In the Ron Logan search warrant affidavit written up by FBI agent Nicolay Robertson, who is known to pad affidavits and exaggerate information in order to get them signed off, stated in the warrant that the last successful ping of the cellular phone, Libby's phone, was at approximately 5:30 p.m. If the 4:33 a.m. ping is correct from Libby's phone, it could be explained by a phenomenon called cell phone breathing. When a phone is idle in low power, it can send out signals to try to maintain a connection to a network. This can include a signal to check in with nearby cell towers, sync data, or listen for incoming calls or messages. When it was about to switch off, it may have got a low-power periodic signal from a cell tower, and all the text messages may have come through to her phone when it pinged and shut off. In a previous response from a state
so
confused about pings.
Cell phone breathing.
Yep.
And all of the documents I've ever read, and I've read a lot.
Never heard of it either.
Court hearings and trials. I've never heard of that. Cell phone breathing. So if it's about to die, it's going to kick in one last time, get all your texts real quick, and then power off. Gotcha.
You can you can just click this one in chat, Mr. Steve, right here if you would like to. Click on that one, the StreamYard one right here, and don't worry about the other thing. There you go.
Oh yeah, that may not have worked. I may not have done that right. So
It's okay. Just click that one. I'll pull you up. Yeah, I've never heard of cell phone breathing in my life. That's the first time ever.
well, I'm going to have to look into it. Believe me.
Maybe Mr. Steve has heard it.
Heard
Welcome,
of it.
sir. How are you, sir? Thank you for joining us tonight.
Hi,
Thank you.
Mr. Steve. Welcome. Have you ever heard of cell phone breathing? Uh-oh.
Yeah, I took care of it.
Oh. Hi, Mr. Steve. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Doing fine.
Okay. Hi. Have you ever heard of the cell phone breathing they're speaking about?
No, I have no idea. I hadn't heard this.
Yeah, good. Back it up a little bit and he's going to describe what they think happened with Libby's phone when it, I believe, powered off or on at the 4-8. I think it was in the 4 a.m. area. So this is what they're going to say about it. And we were just saying we never heard of that before. Of all the cell phone stuff we've ever heard in all the cases, we've never heard this before. So
never, but yeah. All right. Welcome again, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Absolutely. It's an honor. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Ray Hughes investigates sometime, possibly in 2019, that he saw an older model car parked in or nearby the CPS building, but it seemed like he was confused about the day he saw that vehicle because he said he saw the vehicle on either Saturday or Sunday and did not mention Monday, February 13th, 2017, when the girls were murdered. He had been working near the Monon High Bridge doing pest control work. There was actually an older vehicle similar to what Betsy Blair described at the Monon High Bridge on February 13th, 2017. And the person who drove that has nothing to do with the crime and was never a person of interest or a suspect. In the Ron Logan search warrant affidavit written up by FBI agent Nicolay Robertson, who is known to pad affidavits and exaggerate information in order to get them signed off, stated in the warrant that the last successful ping of the cellular phone, Libby's phone, was at approximately 5:30 p.m. If the 4:33 a.m. ping is correct from Libby's phone, it could be explained by a phenomenon called cell phone breathing. When a phone is idle in low power, it can send out signals to try to maintain a connection to a network. This can include a signal to check in with nearby cell towers, sync data.
There it is. Have you ever heard of that, sir?
Well, I know that phones, if they're set, will go, they have a default that they will go into low power setting. I don't know if that's, but I haven't heard it phrased
like that
term.
Right.
But,
right.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, and I can make my phone go into battery saver mode, if I wanted to.
Right.
I don't know if that's the same thing or if that affects it or not. But
Yeah,
I'd never heard of that term.
There's one or
So
two things that happen as far as when those phones that have that ability that you can set your phone for a certain level, or there's a default, and I think it's around 20%.
Right. Absolutely.
yeah. Because I guess I don't know if that's them trying to explain the 4:30 activity with the phone, because it does appear to come on at that time, and that's when these texts come through. And I feel like that was probably text from the family when the phone was off that weren't going through for whatever reason because it was off, I guess. But
well, I have three iPhones right now. At least one or two of them is doing the breathing right now, more than likely.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, Mr. Steve, you were down there and you did the cell phone testing down there. Let me ask you this: if that phone moved around, so I'm driving home, what I call my back road, my 2-lane country road. I know where my spot is where I'm going to lose signal, and it's going to be a minute, and it's going to come back. If that phone's moving around down there, and it's in the wrong spot, and it doesn't receive for a little bit, but then it does later. I mean, I don't know. You were down there with the terrain and how it was bouncing around with you and Mrs. Steve. So I don't know if you could add to that. What would cause that phone? If that phone was in that same location all night, and they say it went off at 5:30, but powered back on at 4:30 and received text, what would cause that? Do you think?
Well, I can tell you about the phone pings. Now, we went down there when we were doing the phone ping. It was due to a conversation we had that we didn't realize at first what we had. It was after we were being debriefed and we were having a conversation at a restaurant when someone said that, well, at such time you were 2.5 miles away from where Mrs. Steve was at pinging my phone, and that was an impossibility. So we decided to go back in total darkness, and which I was wanting to do that anyway, but the pings that I would move 10 feet, and sometimes it would say that I had moved 5 miles. Sometimes it would say I went 300 yards,
Wow.
but some of them would be dead accurate. So you just
Yeah.
didn't know each ping, is it going to be accurate, or is it going to put you within a 5-mile circle, or
Yeah.
is it going to put you 400 yards away when you've only moved 20 feet?
Right.
But as far as the breathing and what would make that phone receive at 4 o'clock after a 13-hour or dead zone, I have no idea. But the reliability of them being able to place anyone at any one spot just by cell tower, not the GPS, but the cell tower information, I have no confidence in whatsoever.
Right.
Right. I remember you talking about that in your videos, or either it was a live or a video you did when you were down there talking about this and the terrain and how it would affect things. And when y'all were moving around, it was doing that stuff. And it's been a minute since I've watched those. So I appreciate you coming up and talking about that with everybody, because I've talked about that before. That
Absolutely.
I learned a lot, because there's, like I said, I have to visually understand what I'm dealing with to understand what happened, because I
Yeah.
got to try.
With
And
that terrain, while you may only move 10 feet towards the crime scene, you may drop 30 feet in the elevation.
Gotcha.
yeah,
And it was at night, and I went in there with no flashlight, no nothing, and it was able to, it's extremely dangerous. I almost fell off one of those.
well,
cliffs.
let
I
me
was
ask
trying
you
to
this,
climb back
Mr.
out,
I
and
forgot, how did you get there? Did you go through the cemetery ever to the crime scene? You did, didn't you?
I've been through from the cemetery 3 times,
See, I knew.
twice in daylight
Okay.
and 1 time in total darkness.
Oh, okay. So was it treacherous to get down there? I mean, what was your take on that? I gotta go
I
back and
am
review, because
lucky
I
that
thought
I
I
didn't
saw
get
you
killed.
go down there, but we gotta get that video, Dago.
Yeah. Yeah. I was extremely fortunate, especially in the total darkness, because when I was there, there wasn't, it was cloudy, very, no moon,
Right.
and I couldn't even see the ground that I was standing on.
Mm.
Now, if I used and I never even used the flashlight that is on my iPhones, because, like I said, I just wanted to go through there with no light signature, no nothing, trying to experience in its worst condition.
Right.
Could someone go in there in total darkness and move a victim? No. I have no confidence in that whatsoever, that they would have been able to bring anyone in total darkness. So I always never believed that part, that they were brought there later. That doesn't mean that you couldn't have someone that did, but they would have to be used lighting and some type
Right.
of
Large
assistance with the
flashlights, would that
four-wheelers
help?
and
I mean,
stuff.
like, we can get these high beam. We're in Florida and we got rivers in the swamps. We can get these really powerful high beam lights. They're very lightweight. You take them on the boats, right? We're in the river, so we need a good spotlight at night, or just a spotlight in the back fields if you want to check out what's going on back there, the wood line. But they're very powerful and lightweight. could something like that be used to get back there? Because they show a lot. They light up a lot of area.
Well, yeah, you could, but when you do that, if there are other people out there
True.
that's doing
Searching.
overwatch and they see people moving through areas that are restricted, and you go over there and you're carrying two deceased victims, that's high risk.
Yeah.
And I
Very,
don't,
you're right. You're right, because they were out there searching, right,
yeah,
overnight.
and
And
you have
so there's a
family
lot of
members that no matter
activity.
what, other
Yeah.
people may call it that the search is off, but you're gonna have certain family members the search is never off.
Exactly.
And there's a heavy police presence all the way up until I don't remember the exact time the search was officially called off. Was it like 11:30ish or something like that? But they did go home for a while, but apparently the family stayed out, and so did some of the community members. There was still a lot of activity
Right.
throughout the night, so it would have been high risk to go back
Very.
in at night to go back, to take your bodies in there. Yeah, you're right, Mr. Steve. That makes a lot of sense.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's something that a lot of people
That's why
probably.
we love you.
Yeah, I mean,
But
you get caught carrying a child in the middle of the woods,
yeah, it's missing. I mean, and
it's not going to work out real
geez.
good for you.
No, sir, it's not, is it?
Not
No.
at all. Not at
Especially
all.
if you walk up on an Indiana boy searching for that child.
Yeah, I've searched for a lot of children in both daylight situations and in night, and it's not going to work out what you think you carrying the child.
No, right.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, that is a riskier. Um, even if you left the scene at any point, say you went down the hill and you got in a car, you drove away. Even if you came back before dark, you're still going to take a risk because maybe you don't know when those girls were going to be supposedly picked up by somebody. Are
Yeah.
people going to start looking immediately? What kind of activity? That's to me. Those are the things I think about when I think about is there an alternate scenario at play here? There's
Well,
other
not
things
only
I
that,
also
but
have to consider,
if you're
right?
an offender and you're having to drive the roads, you don't know where the checkpoints are.
Oh, that's good too. Yeah.
You don't know all the people that are standing around that's saying, well, what is this person out riding around? Is my child in that vehicle? You don't know what information they're gathering. It's high risk for anyone to return to a crime scene that they've successfully escaped from.
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you, Murder Candy, for the super chat. And
Go ahead.
She's asking real quick, Mr. Steve, what are your thoughts on Richard Allen as far as innocence or guilt?
I absolutely believe that there's probable cause for his arrest and probable cause for his for the trial.
Charges.
Yes, sir.
Our whole life is based upon depending that when officers of the law went and obtained these and filled out these affidavits, that they give truthful information.
Yep.
We would go out and make sure that those warrants were served and that these people that were being taken to trial, that probable cause existed for that. So I absolutely believe that the person that law enforcement feels responsible for this is on trial. Now, as far
I
as
feel that.
guilty or innocent, that is going to be up to the jury to decide.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir. I agree with that because that's how I feel about it. And I have questions about their overall investigation. Yeah, but I don't know that that's tied to anything odonistic or whatever in the woods. I can take that completely off the table and just look at evidence alone and see
Right.
what they have. And we've done that in Mr. Steve's channel over there with the bullet testing, which is something else we're going to review when we go into what they do have as evidence. And because that's a big part of their evidence, right?
Yeah.
And when it
Everything I
comes
did
down to it, that's what matters.
on things is that when I started looking at this, of course, this isn't a case that I'm working actively. I've worked other cold cases, but I do create content on cases I'm not involved in. But this, and that's what I did. I just like the show I had earlier tonight. It's on things that I believe that the jury is going to see, such as the phone pings. I knew it was critical because I did phone pings I guess probably almost 2 years ago. So phone pings weren't even on the radar. They are. And
What do you think about the geofencing warrants and what they may or may not contain? And from my understanding, the Google is going to be changing things. I thought it was this year, and I think it was supposed to be June or July, where it's going to be harder to get those geofence warrants because of the way they're going to not be storing some of our data. But I know that they allegedly, like, there's 101 phones, and then they're able to look at every phone in there. And so I feel like they probably did.
well,
You
I
know,
remember the days when you could call an operator up and say, "Hey, I need so and so's information."
Yeah,
yeah,
right.
exactly.
And so those were the days back before, and then they started these requiring more and more. Then it took a subpoena, which subpoena that you would just call the DA and say, "Hey, send me a request, a subpoena for such and such phone number." And then it went to what it is and where it's moving towards getting a search warrant. Search warrants are easy to get, so it doesn't matter what obstacles that they put up there. If probable cause exists, and you as a industry have information that shows culpability of a criminal, the courts are going to allow that to be gotten.
Yeah, that
You
makes
know,
sense.
Yes, sir.
because nobody, I mean, Google or even the phone companies, it doesn't matter what industry it is, none of them want to let criminals hide behind their front office.
No,
And that they know that if criminals are there, that they become part of the enablers, and no industry wants to be an enabler of allowing people to prey upon children, old people, doesn't matter, the weakest or even the strongest of us. No industry wants to be the protectors of criminals.
no, that's true. And the cell phone
Agreed.
companies all have different laws now about different things. And I think it was AT&T was the hardest to get records from. It was apparently easier from
Yeah.
other carriers. And
Yes.
I think there's things that have changed, and you've got to have your warrants and everything. But the thing about geofencing warrants, Mr. Steve, if you know more than this, please say something. But from my understanding is it will capture the phones within a radius that they have targeted. Then they can take each number and find each person and look into each person versus getting a warrant per person. So am I wrong? Is that how it kind of works, Mr. Steve?
Yeah, but I would also worry about for the fact that you're going to have phones that absolutely are innocent.
Yeah.
And when Ives first said that and one of the most revealing things that Ives ever stated about what was occurring early on
Now,
that
Robert
cell phone
Ives, for
murder.
those of you who don't know, I'm sorry, Mr. Steve, wasn't he the original prosecutor?
Yes.
Okay. And then he no longer is, and now we have Nick Cleveland. But so that's who Mr. Steve's referring to. And
Yeah.
he's right. Everything he's going to say is very correct. So go ahead, Mr.
Yeah.
Steve.
Ives went to the crime scene early on. He was there when the girls were there. But also that, and he made certain comments about the crime scene that have always, I have the utmost respect for Ives for the fact that I think he was very intelligent and was driven. And as he stated, everyone thought that this scene and this crime would be solved in the first 2 to 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
and actually, it probably could have been if certain things had occurred that we look back on now and see that,
Yeah.
they dropped the ball there. But
Sure.
I've said that they had information, and this is how come I put so much interest in those phones. He said that we had phones that were there daily. We had phones that activated one time, and we checked out all those phones and all those digital footprints from these phones to narrow a list and create a database, meaning that if these phones were only there one time, who were these people?
Right.
And what were they doing in the area? And of course, it could be people just simply passing through. But how many? But you can go back historically and see how many of these phones were new to that area on a daily basis.
Right.
And,
Right.
where did they come from?
There's
But
a lot
anyway,
they can tell from those warrants, from
Those
that
are the ones that you
geofencing.
pay most attention to, right?
yeah, and that may be what happened is that they had a certain database built that if these phones ever reactivate, is this what led to possibly the discovery that someone in Allen's family or otherwise turned on one of those phones that had never came back on until right prior to them looking at him?
I've
That's
heard
what-
that, Mr. Steve. I have heard that. Is that theory, or is it that we don't? So that I don't know where that came from. Do you? I mean, it was that I don't remember if it was in documents or if that I don't remember.
It's something that's been out there in the web sleuth
Yeah.
world that's been
Yes.
submitted by other persons and discussed.
Yeah.
I've discussed it with 2 or 3 other
Mm-hmm. Well, it
intelligent
makes
people.
sense. It does make sense. So I would like to hear your thoughts on that. So
Yeah. And is that what happened? If so, kudos to whoever created that.
yeah.
Right.
And had the foresight to say, we know he's local. If he hasn't got rid of that phone, will he ever plug it back in? Will it ever get recharged? Or will someone pick it up and turn it on? Which is brilliant, because that's how a lot of times that crimes are solved. That even if it's not the criminal, it's someone that has access to the criminal's properties that may activate something that comes back to haunt them.
Yeah, to see if it works. You know what I mean? You might turn it on for a minute, plug it in, see if it's going to work or charge or whatnot. I've done that with
Yeah.
old devices. So I could totally see that happening. That's
Yeah, I've got 14
crazy.
phones.
If that
I
happened,
think
Mr.
I
Steve,
ended up
that's
in one of my
crazy.
shows. I think I got 12 or 14 phones, and I find new phones all the time that we put up, and so we all have those old devices laying around.
Right.
Mhm. Yes, sir, we do. I do. You're right. We all do.
What I'll just
Go
run to
ahead.
ask real quick.
No,
'Cause
go
somebody had
ahead.
asked, what if I can ask you, what is your take on the ISP testimony from these last 3 hearings where they stated that and they've always stated, I guess, that they believe it was between 2 to 6 people that were involved within this crime?
Well, my opinion has been this, that upon walking that terrain, both daylight and night, that if the girls, if they have evidence that the crime occurred anywhere other than on that plateau, then yes, I will absolutely jump on board and say, yes, it would have had to take more than one person.
Yeah.
But if the girls fled from the original abduction site or broke free at any point, regardless of where they were being taken, because when an offender abducts anyone, they have to have a location to take them.
Okay. Right.
Either they're going to commit the
That's
crime
true.
right there in that private moment of where they're at, or they have something in their mind of, we're going to take this. We've abducted a woman, a child, or anyone. So we have to have some place to take them if we're going to do certain things. And where was that? With this case, we have that this offender said down the hill. Where was he going down the hill?
Right.
Were we going to go down to a location under the bridge? Was there a vehicle? Were there others or whatever? Don't know. But if the girls were harmed and was incapacitated anywhere other than after they crossed the creek, I'm on the train that it would be more than one person. But if the girls made it to that plateau, crossed that creek on their own power, then yes, it can be a lone wolf, but only under those
Yes,
conditions.
sir. Yeah.
That makes sense. Absolutely. I appreciate that.
You can see that. I mean, if you just, try to see it both ways, you can see that happening. Someone down there, chasing them, or they broke free. It appears, I don't know. I mean, I'm sorry, Libby, did she try to break free and get away? I don't know. We don't really know what happened out there. How would we know that type of detail, right?
Well,
we
base-
heard she got up and moved around. So what are your thoughts on those things, Mr. Steve? I mean, I got so many questions for you. It's over, so
I'm a reasonable, strong person, or back in
yeah.
my day, not so much now. I'm over 60. I'm nowhere near what I was. None of us are. But, and I did testing with dragging Mrs. Steve through the woods.
I saw that video, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
she's a trooper. Oh my goodness.
Absolutely.
Yes,
She
she
got to be.
is. Props to
But,
Mrs. Steve. She puts up with it.
She's
but
awesome.
for an individual to be able to manhandle a person that is of equal size, they said Libby was close to 200 pounds. To get her up that embankment, could I have done that? No, I don't think I could have myself. Not now. There may have been a time years and years ago I could have.
Right.
But,
Do you think there's a possibility they went down the hill across the creek because they were forced up the other side, and once they got up the other side is when they decided to try to run?
I don't think that any sane person which we're not, of course, we're dealing with someone that's abducting 2 children that has the intent to commit homicide. It's sane, but I do not think that's where their original destination was. I think, in my personal opinion, of seeing people flee, and I've chased hundreds of criminals, and I think under duress, there's not a lot of difference when people take flight. They're a fear of what's behind them, if it's law enforcement or it's a bad guy.
Right.
Yeah.
So I've watched hundreds of people flee, and I've watched over probably half of them flee across water. Some of them swim lakes, some of them run through creeks. And crossing a creek is something that is more forced than something master plan that, I'm going to take them across the creek in the middle of winter.
If you're running for dear life, you're crossing that creek. And sometimes that creek, it wasn't really, in my opinion, Mr. Steve, I may be wrong because I didn't check I think you know the details on this, how deep that water was that day or that eve. You know what I mean? Because here a creek and a river are 2 different things. And I've seen the pictures and I've seen how shallow it can get around that area. So, and I've seen the searchers in the water, and it was like waist deep on these men out there searching. So that's what I'm going by. They could absolutely run across there, right?
Yeah, we have camera footage of a search team that's within yards of where the victims were found.
Yes.
And like you said, it's about waist deep.
Yep, I have that. Dago, I don't know if I sent it to you or not, but we do have that to review. But that's what I saw, Mr. Steve.
Yeah. And so they would have, they weren't there by chance. There had to be some type of indicators of someone entering that creek and exiting that creek, and they're searching there for something.
Yeah, because they're stretched out. The guys I saw,
yeah, and so
they're in a line, Yeah.
And but it's just
because you could run across that. It's not like it's neck deep and it would be like swim.
No.
You could.
Are there holes in there that they could fall into? Absolutely.
Yeah. We have those here in Florida in the river. You've got to be careful. You step off in a hole in a heartbeat.
I've never been there when it was at, I don't know. I may have been there one time in the spring where it was high, but never where it was in flood stage.
So if they ran in that direction and that's where things ended up right there on that property, and it was a very quick reaction, the killings themselves, because you caught them. Did you catch them both at the same time? Did you catch one and automatically just go like Abby and then Libby? Because that's from the description of what I hear over the 3-day hearings. That's how it would have to happen, right?
Well, we see a lot of times where love does kill more than one, if it's your child or otherwise.
Yes, sir.
And so love can leave, and what were their best chances of survival? Most likely would have been to split up. But then again, that's not always the instinct that we have, that we're going to fight together and this is our last stand. And
Right.
it's not what happened. Because when you cross that creek and you get to that plateau, there's not a worse place that you can see, that when you're standing there and you're looking at walls that are 100 feet above you of steep incline.
That's
And
crazy.
you couldn't have picked a worse position to come out of the creek on than
Oh,
that.
wow. So
Yeah,
when they would
right.
have, where they would have had to have crossed and exited, it was like real, because I've seen some footage, but it's like really steep, isn't it? A big embankment.
Oh yeah, we're
Tall.
coming up out of the creek.
Tall.
Now there's some places coming up out of the creek that it's like all places that
Yeah.
it's almost like little steps that you could get up, but it depends where you come out, and if you're forced, and you're not always able to pick and choose. But once you get up there, you're up that embankment 6 or 7 feet, and you're on that first plateau there. Um, then there's another little shelf that's 2 or 3 feet higher. Then you get to those walls, and in this, some of them, if you don't go up the right place, and like I said, I lost my balance going up one of them, and luckily I reached out and grabbed a little limb, or I would have went down about 40 or 50 feet.
Right. That would not have been good at all.
Right. Oh, I fell in my career. I've probably have taken worse tumbles.
Yeah. It's crazy because you have to, I look at it from both sides, because when I, even like with Idaho 4 and all the crimes, if we have an idea of what happened, then I try to put myself there and could it have happened this way? And I've thought about it for many years. What could have happened out there and how it could have happened and so quickly, and how could the person have gotten away, who and lived there. Then I find out he lived there all, so there was a lot of questions. And I guess will have questions with this case, because not so much that I believe Odinist did anything out there. I might believe that what we just described is exactly what happened. Part of me might believe maybe there was something crazy going on out there. Maybe it's tied together. I don't know yet. I'll have to wait, I guess, and hope for transcripts after the trial's over.
Yeah. Well,
I wish it was way different. There's other issues with this case, and I think people misunderstand that sometimes, and it takes away from the constitutional rights part of the case.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean? And to me, part's a big deal.
Yeah.
And I can totally take away the other stuff completely and look at it from an evidence standpoint and from the constitutional standpoint, and see issues
yeah.
that I have questions about, but that don't mean they don't have the right guy.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, could I be dead wrong? Absolutely. Just because I say it doesn't mean that it's absolutely.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
just what I've seen in my career, what I experienced, what I was trained to do, what we rely upon as far as information, what I've seen the court do,
And looking
and
at it
how
from your
the court
point of view
does
is what we need, because I think maybe sometimes I don't understand. Like, I have a huge question lately, and Joe touched on this question earlier, and we wanted to ask you about it. And and I am willing to accept whatever answer you give me. And I don't think it's a hard question, but my question is, our question, I think, is, some of us anyway, to this 2024, social media being what it is, and people can say what they want about mainstream media. Social media is no different, just different platforms, different styles, maybe. So with all the media combined and all the things, when law enforcement comes out and they want our help and all the things happen and we do whatever, and then they shut down, and we understand keeping things close to the vest and the integrity of the case, but do you think that maybe they should get better at communicating with the public a little bit on some things? Or do you feel that's necessary or unnecessary? I want your honest opinion.
Well, we're in a new territory, guys. We've
Yeah.
never experienced what we've seen with the court systems in the last 5 years with the social media.
Right.
Anything that makes law enforcement toe the road more and ensures and pushes them and makes sure that they do their job right and that they're under more pressure now than ever to make sure people that investigate these things are doing it right. I have no problem with that because we have to get it right. For otherwise, we're going to be sending innocent people to jail. And regardless if you're in the camp that he's absolutely innocent or absolutely guilty, we have to have these opposing forces and voices so that we slow down and we look at it and we analyze it.
Amen to
I
that.
have
Yeah.
no problem. Our society has lost the ability to debate.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Because I love to debate.
And I don't have a problem with it. Every test I conduct, I challenge anyone to go out there and do it better and show me something new. What did I miss? What do I need to do? And now, do I get some interesting analysis? Yes.
Yeah.
Do I have people that absolutely send me things that I don't agree with? Absolutely. But and all I'll tell them to do is, hey, I'm looking forward to seeing your video of correcting it of where I was wrong.
Sure.
I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah. Well, I've watched a lot of your content and a lot of your videos, not just on this case, Idaho 4, other cases you've covered. I've been in your chat for a long time. I come in, I end up being the replay crew when I'm driving. I'm listening to Mr. Steve on replay, or I'm listening to Dago Live. It depends what's going on. But there's a lot of good, it's honest work. It's not like telling you this is what happened. Like, even when he does, and I can't shut up about his Dylan Mortensen test, because we all struggled to try to figure this girl out and what happened and what she saw and what she couldn't see and all the things. And it was obvious to a lot of people. If there was a neon light and it was dark, you probably didn't see much. But when you watch Mr. Steve's experiment, and that's what it is, you get an idea of what it could have been, and you get a visual, and then you make up your mind.
Right.
And we've lost that ability. They took the house down.
Yeah.
And Mr. Steve, I had a conversation with my friend JC on her live today about that. And we talked about that. And I said, after Ann Taylor didn't fight to keep the house when she first did, and then it expired and she didn't ask to keep it again, that told me everything I needed to know. That house wasn't going to help her client and she didn't care about it. But the Pharaoh scans they did and then they went and redid are very important to me. We just had those done in the Maddie Soto case at the crime scene and at the apartment and in the bedrooms. They're going to be vital in the future going forward. And we have to move with change. And I'm here for it. I went and researched what they can do with this technology. And I watched the videos and I think that we have to accept sometimes what's there.
Well, it is right now. All the Pharaoh is the best evidence, and whatever the best evidence is gets into court. Previously, the best evidence is a jury standing in there, in the exact same moonlight with the same lights, with a glowing neon sign. And what can we see? What can we hear?
Sure.
And so we don't have that. So that's no longer best evidence. And you're correct. The Pharaoh is now the best evidence.
Right.
And that will get to court. And
I'm excited to see what it can do. Honestly, Mr. Steve, I know it will be used in the Idaho 4 case, and I know it's going to be used if we get to trial in Madeline Soto's case. And I'm waiting to see what it shows me.
Yeah, definitely. There's a question here about what time did Richard Allen give the interview that day and what was he wearing?
Okay, so I may be wrong and I got to look at the notes. Mr. Steve, you might know. It was like he gave a statement to There was 2 times he spoke to the authorities, I think. And the first time, I think it was he spoke to the wildlife officer and told them that he was out there. Like, I think he contacted them. I'm not if that's how it happened. But it wasn't that day, it might have been the next day. You know what I mean? The day they were found was the 14th. So I'm not sure if it was the 14th, 15th, what date exactly it was. But it was very, very early and allegedly. And he said he was there and he told him what he was wearing, which was the description of the bridge guy clothing. And he was walking on the bridge, looking at a stock ticker and looking at the fish from the platform down at the fish. And then he left and he went to his car and drove away. And, you know, he saw various people or whatever, but I don't think he never saw the girls, according to him.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what we do know based on court documents.
Right. There you go, Avery. Let me see here.
And Mr. Steve, there was another question that I think I've heard you speak on in your lives about the bullet, the unspent round. There's such a controversy in this case with that unspent round and that gun. How can they tell? You know, and I've tried to go look at some research on that and watch some videos myself because I love stuff like that. Tire impressions are my favorite.
Yes.
And but so what do you think about that?
Well, with the testing that I conducted as trying to see, and I was, you know, when I do these tests, I've learned things every time I do one. I put those unspent rounds into the environment with different metal types and certain copper or brass jacket or brass casings.
Mm-hmm.
That they had extreme reactions to just the leaves within the first 24 hours. And so that's critical information that if law enforcement found that bullet within a certain time frame, even up to 2 weeks later, regardless of where it's at, that they can go back to that area and have that exact soil, the same leaf debris, and conduct tests in there and determine how long was that bullet buried. Was it there for 6 months, which is huge if it's there for 6 months, or was it there for 24 hours?
Well, that's good to know because I would love to see that. And you think that, so I guess the probable cause is I agree with you about the probable cause. And I say that with Kohberger's case. I believe they have probable cause to arrest Brian Kohberger. Is he guilty or innocent? I don't know. You know, I feel the same way with Richard Allen. I don't feel his is as strong, maybe, as Kohberger's. I can say that. But do you think, as far as the testing from that gun, I mean, is it a stretch to wonder how they got the warrant for his house based upon we think he might have a gun that might match this bullet? Was there more, do you think? I mean, I may be totally wrong on how they got that warrant. I'm confused. If they didn't know who he was for 5 years, and was it the tip alone, you think, that did it? Or when they found that he was there?
There's that, like I say, there's so much unknowns. Of course, we go by what the probable cause affidavit says, that whatever information that they received on such and such date and timeline gave them, you know, I can't remember exactly how it was phrased in the affidavit, but there was certain information that came that convinced the judge that yes, there's probable cause. Now I think they were there without a search warrant for a certain amount of hours before they traveled, because you can go search anyone's property if that person says, sure, come on in, search.
Right.
Yeah.
But they can withdraw that at any point. And is that something that happened that day? I think it probably was, for the fact that they had, if I'm not mistaken, they'd been there for a few hours and then they later went and got the search warrant. There's a reason for that.
Yeah.
Because I didn't realize that. That's good to know because I've always didn't know a lot about the search itself a ton.
Now I'm doing that from recall, but I think that's the sequence of something along those lines, that they were there for a few hours and then they went and got a search warrant.
That's interesting to know.
Because then they separated him and his wife at some point. I don't know if that was before or after, or they went and rode around or something. I don't remember. I guess that's when they came back with the warrant and made him leave.
But
That's
regardless,
what I heard. That's what I've heard anyway.
whatever probable
Yeah.
cause existed for that search warrant is
Mhm.
there. It was sworn to by an officer, and it's upheld through the court system to this time. And so there's some substance there to whatever the probable cause was, because
Sure.
like I said, that's what the courts. You have that initial judge that signs it, and then there's certain suppression hearings that occur, and if
Right.
it's not suppressed, then the courts agree that yes, we can move on with it. And so right now everything seems to be up and up. Not saying that's going to be ultimately, because we have higher courts that can turn over anything.
Yes.
Right. What if I can ask you, just since we're talking about courts and stuff, what are your thoughts with Judge Gall, Steve? Like, what's your take on her and everything that's gone on with her?
Well, I wish the controversy that has occurred, I wish that she would have just done the same thing that, what was it, Diener or whatever it was that stepped down originally. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wish that at a certain point she had to, but I can see that, that the Supreme Court hasn't stated that that's necessary. And so she's there.
Right.
Just my personal opinion. I wish she was out of the picture, but that's not the case. And
I do agree.
We're going to have her.
Right.
And now, do I think they're all going to play nice? No, I don't see how they can, with some of the things that have occurred, that won't cause some issues, because when it gets in front of a jury, they can't get up there and act like fools.
Right.
Even the judge can't act like a fool in front of the jury.
Exactly.
And so I wish that, but that's just my personal opinion.
Yes, I agree. She could have done better and should have done better.
It was just kind of shocking that she acted the way she did, I think, for a lot of us. And that's why I wanted your opinion on it, because it was something that I don't think, a lot of us have watched a lot of these cases and judges and so on and so forth go do what they do. And then she came forward and it was just like, I think we all took a step back and went, what is going on? Like, this is not something we've seen before. Why is it happening now? You know what I mean?
And why in this case? Well, enough already.
Right.
The first one got scared and left and put him in prison, and then this. And now all this, it was like, whoa, it was like, makes you want to stop and think,
What is
which
going on?
Is fine. But I still got to think both ways, and someone I think asked if Mr. Steve was in Indiana or from Indiana. I think it's Georgia.
I'm from Georgia and just moved to Florida. I'm in Georgia right now for tonight. I'll be going back on the road. I travel the country working cold cases, but
did you get close to me or not? Are you close to the Panhandle or not? How far? You ain't got to dox yourself. Don't dox yourself, but I'm just saying.
Worried about it. I won't name the exact address or city, but I'm closer to Orlando.
Okay, not far. I've been down there many, many times to the parks, Florida resident and all. You're down there near Mom.
Yeah, Mom lives down there.
Yeah, now I'm going to go. Oh, I got two friends to go visit.
Oh, yeah. I absolutely adore her.
Yes, she's amazing.
But, yes, all these channels, such as yourself, that y'all go out there and bring awareness to these cases. I go out, of course, what I do is a little bit different, but
of course.
I wish that I had the ability and the creativity of how y'all bring awareness to all these cases. I admire y'all much.
We appreciate that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Steve. We do. And Dago's been doing it for a long time, and I've been hanging out and listening to him for a very long time. And he's helped me, I've helped him, and we talk all the time about these cases. Not like we're like backroom talking stuff. We don't talk to nobody but each other about this certain things, and it's just like two friends chatting about a case we saw on TV, kind of, you know what I mean? And so And that's what we feel with this community. When we're in here, we like to look at the chat, and I love it because I like to interact with the chat. And you do the same thing when I'm in your stream. You do the same thing. Dago does it, and when people have questions, we like to try to answer them. And you answer a lot, And we
Absolutely.
do as many questions as we do have for law enforcement. Like I said at the very beginning of this show, I have the utmost respect for law enforcement. I do have family here in Florida in law enforcement, and I absolutely, y'all have no idea, okay, and how much I honor what they do. And I'm just going to say there was a sniper at the FSU campus one time, and I think it was just I was very proud of what I know. So it's it's crazy, you know what I mean? And you got to respect, but you also can question. But that does not mean when I go to every criminal case I look at, I do not go out the gate thinking law enforcement's
You can't
done a
do that.
bad job and they don't know
Yeah.
what they're doing. Do I have questions for TBI? Probably.
Yes.
I would
Put
love
on
to
a
sit down
badge.
and have a conversation. There's things that, of course, but overall, no, I believe, I want to believe always they got the guy until I see,
Yeah, putting on a badge doesn't increase your IQ level.
Right.
That's
You're
true.
right.
Yes, very
Putting
true.
on a badge doesn't make you any more honest than what you was before you left that day or before you took that oath.
No,
You are
sir, we
what you
just
are.
had an officer arrested in Escambia County. Maybe I shouldn't have said that on a live stream, but there was an officer arrested, but it was child neglect, child abuse, and I was like, what? And I'm reading these charges, and I was like, oh man,
Yeah, I work with
really?
criminals. I've seen people go to federal prison, throw their whole career away, just
Yeah.
idiots.
Yeah,
They're still human beings. They still make mistakes just because they're
right.
wearing that
And
badge.
one bad apple doesn't make the whole bunch bad.
No, that's
either.
absolute.
So we
Absolute.
have to remember that, because I'm going to tell you right now, something goes down at my house and I need help. I'm dialing 911, and within minutes, I'm going to have a whole bunch of county deputies in my front yard.
Right.
Because they're not
Right.
far.
Absolutely.
Trust me, I'm in a rural area, but they're not far. There's a whole bunch of them up here for some reason. They love it
Well,
up here.
And that I gotta say that somewhat, and this is something I thought for a while, is part of the problem I think nowadays that goes on is because law enforcement isn't as respected as it should be, and hasn't been for a while. That has a tendency to play a part in how things are. How can I say this? How sometimes how their reactions are and things are reproduced in the field in some senses, because I mean, like me, for instance, if I would have been standing at a house fire holding a hose, spraying a house, and somebody says, no, I could do that better than you. You're not doing that right. Give me that hose. Well, what the hell? Here you go. You do the best you can and let me see what you think you can do now. And that's what I'm saying. Like, we have to support what supports us. Okay. And when you don't do that, it does cause a very heavy I'm so tired right now. I can't think straight. There's a feeling that comes out of it, but I see it all the time, and I've always respected. My father, grandfather, uncle were all law enforcement officers, and I was just taught you respect it. You know what I mean? My kids were taught that, even if or even have an inkling that you think that maybe this one is not going the same path that this one is, you still show that respect until you don't show that respect, period. So,
well, if you look at the cases across the board right now, it's like Idaho, Delphi, Stearns.
Yes.
The FDLE and the Kissimmee Police Department, Orange County, they did an excellent job investigating Stearns. Got that digital footprint, boom, got it. Put trackers on those cars, knew they were lying, let them lie publicly, let them hang themselves. Very good investigation and thorough, and I'm very proud of them for what they did in that case. You go over to Idaho, and don't come at me, but I believe they got some pretty good digital, what they believe is good digital footprint on Coburger. We'll have to wait and see.
Mm-hmm.
Over here in Delphi, we have this man putting himself there, and then they claim the FBI misfiled the tip, or the whatever it was, the report.
Mm-hmm.
But 5 years goes by, nobody recognizes them, and then you see all these oddities that happen outside of the Odenism.
Mm-hmm.
Just the automatic prison, judge recuses, incoming judge denies everything, doesn't want to hear the Odenism, didn't even read the Franks motion, admitted it in court.
Well,
Ben was
our
taken to the
society-
Supreme Court. You know, I mean, there's a lot of questions. So it's not all cases, you know.
Right.
Yeah. Our society, we're just a couple generations away from when my father, I'm a second generation law enforcement officer. My father was in it in the 60s. And
Mm-hmm.
so back then, if you got arrested and you went to court and went to trial, a jury was going to convict. You know, if
Yeah.
a police officer there, you didn't argue what if a police officer said something, it was there.
That's
now,
it.
was it always right and correct? Probably not. I guaranteed that 100% it wasn't all the way across the board that you had honorable every word spoken by law enforcement during those days.
You're right.
Correct. No. So we're just a couple of and we're moving with the technologies that tracks law enforcement and guarantees that when those cameras are on, they tell the truth.
Yeah.
And
yes, those body
very
cams
close.
are necessary, right? And not only to protect the officer as well, in my opinion.
Absolutely. Because, you know, and like I said, we're going to get to a point that we're all going to be under that watchful eye of, you know, cameras on every street corner.
Right.
Yeah.
And and we're just going to have to adjust to that. I mean,
Yeah.
we're almost there now.
Yep. That's going to be part of life, period. So
It's crazy because we are almost there now. You go to the red light, look up. You're going to have a camera? I do. I've got cameras on me.
They're on
You know
every
what I mean?
So yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
And
I
you
gotta-
know, and I think they might have Idaho might have learned their lesson and put in some good license plate readers along the way. Because let me tell
Hopefully.
you, Florida captured Stearns on a bunch of license plate readers.
They have him all over the place,
Take
right?
note, other states, get you some license plate readers, you know, front and back, whatever you got going on in your state. Florida only requires rear, by the way. For those ever curious, and there was a big debate in Idaho about what was required. It varies state to state, you know. Florida, you're required a rear license plate only.
Yeah.
So,
Same here in Ohio now.
yeah.
Well, folks, I hate to do this, but we've been here for almost 4.5 hours.
Yeah.
And I think I'm sleeping with my eyes open now. I hate to do that. But I appreciate you jumping up here, Steve. I know it was late. Next time we'll have to get it a little bit earlier for you.
Well, I had a very important.
Absolutely.
I'm about to go on the road. I'm about to put about 8,000 miles on some cases in the next 10 days. So
Wow.
You better please be safe and good luck.
Are you going to just look at different cases and
yes,
I would love to tag along. That's so amazing.
Yes, I've got 2 or 3 cases in the Midwest I've got to take a quick look at, and then going to the West Coast, and I'll be on the road, and Mrs. Steve will be hosting my shows from in Florida, and I'll try to pop in every now and then while I'm on the road.
Oh, okay. Awesome.
Whereabouts in the Midwest are you headed roughly?
I'll go through Indiana into Missouri, and then I won't be heading up to Iowa this time, but then I'll be going all the way out to California proper.
Wow. That's a lot of miles, Mr. Steve. That's dedication. I mean, that's pretty cool. I have to say that.
Be safe out of everything, sir, because we gotta keep you doing this stuff. So please be safe and sound and all that fun stuff. So.
Are they, Mr. Steve, can I ask you, you don't have to answer, are they cold cases?
Yes, all of them.
Oh, that's so cool. I hope you can help, and I hope you can put fresh eyes, because I know that's a big deal, and I know that matters. So
it does. I mean, these families, they can't afford, and our foundation, we don't charge them anything.
Oh, wow.
That is amazing.
So let Mr. Steve talk about that real quick, Dago, before we head out. Okay.
Oh, no, please do. Miss Barbara knows him very well, and he's
Yeah.
Absolutely. Please go ahead, sir.
Yeah. When I first started my channel, I came in totally with the intent of just becoming an ambassador for law enforcement. But then families started reaching out to me and continue to. And I'm so far behind. I've got so many cases, and I've got other people, because it's hard to say no, because not all these families have money, and they can't afford private investigators. They can't afford crime scene techs or retired crime scene guys. And
Yeah.
Right.
I have a foundation that was is funded by a great group of individuals, and that's who I was speaking to earlier during that important phone call. And absolutely, as we go out and we try to help these families, that it doesn't cost them anything, and we try to bring, and these families, they're absolutely are awestruck, because most of them, every time they, of course, they have these heartbreaking, touching stories,
Right.
and they're so frustrated with law enforcement that
Yes.
have turned their back to that case for whatever reason. New cases, new caseload, just don't care. There's nothing new. There's no new evidence. We've chased it down for whatever reason that the families are frustrated for. I try to go out there and develop new evidence, new leads, and get those cases reopened. And that's what we do. It's not that I'm going to solve anything.
Right.
But I do go out, look at those cases, and find key points, key details, and develop new leads, be it an individual or something that law enforcement missed. And we
That's
present
amazing.
it. And what is at the end of the day is our goal is to get justice for these families. But these
Yes, sir.
families, they're touched. They appreciate these communities, every one of y'all's communities.
Yes.
Yeah.
That support these
They
channels.
do. Very much do.
They do. I speak to a mother that her daughter went missing from Pensacola Beach, Florida, Tiffany Daniels, and 11 years. We don't know where she's at. She's never been found. No leads. Gone. There's footage of Tiffany crossing the Pensacola Beach toll bridge, but it's grainy and you can't see who's driving. And then the next thing we know, that vehicle is spotted in a parking lot on the beach, last parking lot before Fort Pickens, and her friend sees it. They call authorities. They get out there. Family arrives. It gets towed back across the bridges and into the impound yard, and it's just everything's exposed, and it's crazy. I think it sat in the impound yard. I think it's still sitting there exposed to the elements.
Wow.
Not sure. Last I heard, that's what was the condition of this vehicle. So we still don't know where she is, and so, Mr. Steve, I understand what that means to those families, because I know what her mom's been through, and so it really means a lot to them, and I really commend you for doing what you're doing.
Well, we try. Like I said, I have a great group of professionals. I surround myself with highly intelligent people, and I want to be the dumbest person in the room.
Yeah.
And that ensures that maybe we'll have a chance at coming up with something.
Absolutely. And understand, if there's ever anything in any way, shape, or form that any of us can do here to help you within what you're doing,
yes,
please don't ever hesitate to say a word, please.
I'm into all of you guys. I respect y'all so much, because like I said, I wish I could do more for each and all these families and these awareness, because that's what these families want. They don't want their loved ones forgotten.
No, and they need good coverage, about the person. The person gets lost sometimes when these cases are trying to be, and I'm telling everybody, you got a device in your hand all the time. Share this stuff to your social media, your personal accounts. Share a flyer. Share it. Share it. You don't got to even say anything. You can just share it, or you can just say #missing or something.
That's what it's all about. You say their name, you show their face, you talk about them on a regular basis.
Them.
Yeah.
That's what they need. That's what Miss Barbara, she knows all about it with Timmy's case.
Yeah.
There's quite a few other families out there that's what they've needed, and that's what they need to, they want, like Mr. Steve said. So that's, obviously we're going to continue doing that because that's what we do. But, everything you do, sir, is absolutely amazing. And I do want you to know how much we all appreciate you and respect you for that.
Yes, because I'll tell you what, sitting here gossiping about families is not doing anything to recover that missing person.
Well, not only that, you have the missing families and you have the unsolved, but you have those offenders that they're also active out there that are looking for other victims.
Right.
And we have to be aware of those for the fact that sometimes these active offenders are still out there and they're causing more harm even as we discuss it. And so we try to get those people off the street, and there's 100%. Only one way of doing that.
That's right. Well, like I said, I think everything that everyone is doing at this point is all for a good reason. And I'm grateful to have everybody here to support us as we try to do what we do. Of course, what you do, sir. And the communities in themselves are all just very, very amazing to me. And I'm grateful to be part of it and to be surrounded by it every day. It's a wonderful thing. So
well, it's been an honor. I appreciate you having me here. I'll get kicked out. I'll go ahead and kick myself out of here. And thank you for having me, and look forward to seeing y'all next time.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Steve.
Again, safe travels, sir, and be as careful as you can. Thank you again.
Thank you.
All right. Take care. Bye-bye.
I'm going to jump down as well. Have a good night, chat. Good night, Dago.
Take care, hon. Thank you very much. As always, appreciate you.
Oh, yeah, no problem. Good night, guys.
All right. Bye-bye. And guys, what a great show tonight. I really appreciate Salty. There's so much more that we're going to be bringing to you guys, but there's so much of it that it takes time. So I appreciate your guys' patience as we bring it to you. There's a lot, and it's going to keep coming. So thank you guys so much for supporting it, for being here for it, and putting up with the length of time that it's taking. It's amazing, and you guys are amazing as well. I want to thank Mr. Steve with the True Crime Web, and then again, I mentioned the True Crime Web Foundation. Both amazing things, an amazing person for what he does. And all of you that support that as well, because it keeps it going, guys. It definitely helps to keep it going. So thank you guys very much. And again, thank you for joining me tonight, Mr. Steve. Salty, as always, wonderful, great stuff, guys. I appreciate you so much. Guys in the chat, thank you all so very much. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Please don't change a thing about yourselves, because you guys are why we're here. And I will see you all so very soon, guys. Much love, good night, and God bless. Bye-bye.